Chapter 142. After listening to Qiao Yuan's story for a few minutes, there was a burst of sirens on the street outside. The Ministry of Public Security's 110 Police Service Standardization Standards clearly stated that police personnel must respond quickly after receiving a police order. Any major threat to the personal and property safety of citizens, emergency call for help. In the city, they must arrive at the scene within 5 minutes. In the suburbs, they must arrive at the scene within 10 minutes. This was a hard indicator, so don't make a false police report. Otherwise, you will be invited to drink tea for a few hours. Seeing that the police came, Chen Shi handed the little guy to Qin Ruoying, and he walked out with Qiao Yuan. The police car stopped in front of the tea house. The driver was a middle-aged policeman, and the policeman in the passenger seat was younger, about the same age as Wang Hao. At first glance, it was the standard of a civilian police and an auxiliary police. The middle-aged policeman was not polite. After glancing at Wang Hao and his group, he directly asked Chen Shi, "Did you call the police?" Chen Shi nodded. When he was about to explain the situation to the policeman, the middle-aged policeman pointed at Wang Hao and his group and asked, "Is it them?" Hearing this, Qiao Yuan suddenly acted like a class monitor reporting to the teacher. She quickly interrupted and said, "It's them. They just blocked the entrance of the tea house and caused trouble. They even smashed the window. Did they do anything? Did they suffer any losses?" Qiao Yuan was stunned for a moment. After glancing at the untouched window, she said with some difficulty, "They didn't do anything. It seems that there are no losses. Okay, I got it." The middle-aged policeman nodded, then turned and walked directly across the street. This was a bar street, so there were often some drunk people causing trouble here. As a policeman in the area, he had seen too many, so he was not surprised by these situations. "Who's the leader?" As soon as the middle-aged policeman's voice fell, Wang Hao immediately replied with a smile, "There's no leader. Just a few friends gathering here, chatting and looking at the scenery of Hohai. Don't give me that. Hurry up and leave. Do what you need to do." The middle-aged policeman glared at him and waved his hand to let them leave. Seeing this, Wang Hao said with some dissatisfaction, "Hey, officer, we didn't break the law, right? This is not Songnanhai. Are we not allowed to hang out here?" "That's right. Isn't this bar street? We still have to wait for the night to drink," one of the lackeys casually added. But when he spoke, his eyes were looking at Hohai, as if he didn't dare to look at the middle-aged policeman. The middle-aged policeman was also a veteran. He naturally knew how to deal with this group of punks, so he immediately said to Wang Hao, "Take out your ID card." Wang Hao didn't seem to hear him clearly. The middle-aged policeman glanced at him, then suddenly saluted him. Then, he took out his ID and said seriously, "There have been many robberies around here. In order to ensure the safety of the people, I have the right to interrogate you. Please cooperate with the investigation. Otherwise, I have the right to forcibly summon you. If you have any objections, you can call 110 or 12,389 to complain. This is my police number, please show me your ID card." Wang Hao was terrified when he saw that the middle-aged policeman seemed to have changed into a different person in an instant. Therefore, he quickly squeezed out a smile and saluted to the policeman. Then, he said with a cheeky smile, "Understood, right away, we'll leave right away." After that, he called his brothers and left. The middle-aged policeman saw that he was tactful, so he was satisfied and took back his ID. As a basic policeman, he was also considered to be a very responsible kind, so he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he was going to wait until Wang Hao and his group left. Under the gaze of the middle-aged policeman, Wang Hao had to reluctantly take his group to their car. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. So, before he left, he didn't forget to give Chen Shi a middle finger, and then slowly made a gesture of slitting his neck. Looking at his posture, he seemed to be silently telling Qin Shi that this matter wasn't over yet. The characteristics of hooligans, besides bullying the weak and fearing the strong, were also disgusting. If a business offended them, they wouldn't hurt them, but they would endlessly harass them, making it impossible for them to do business. Qiao Yuan also understood what Wang Hao wanted to express, so she quickly said to Qin Shi, "Boss, I'm sorry. I'll go and explain it to them." After that, she wanted to chase after Wang Hao and his group. This matter had to be resolved. Why not take advantage of the fact that the police were still here and have a good talk with Wang Hao? At most, she would just have to pay for it. However, Qiao Yuan had just taken 2 steps when Qin Shi suddenly pulled her back, then shook his head at her, indicating that she shouldn't go. It had to be said that Qiao Yuan really thought of this matter too simply. Wang Hao was obviously coming for her. Although she didn't know what they wanted to do, it was obviously not for money. There must be another purpose. Seeing that Qiao Yuan was still confused, Qin Shi sighed softly, "Don't go. I think they're not doing it for money, but for you as a person, me as a person." "What do you mean?" "Boss, I don't understand." However, Qin Shi shook his head and didn't explain further. Seeing this, Qiao Yuan could only stand beside Qin Shi obediently. The boss had just saved her, so he shouldn't be a bad person. Listening to him should be the right thing to do. Wang Hao and his group drove 4 cars. They weren't luxury cars, but after the cars started, there was a rumbling sound. Obviously, they were modified cars, and the throttle was changed and the turbine was installed, so when the accelerator was stepped on, there was a deafening roar. As if to demonstrate, when Wang Hao drove past the door of the tea house, he deliberately stepped on the accelerator, making the noise even louder. Qiao Yuan couldn't help but cover her ears. The middle-aged policeman stood silently by the side, looking at Wang Hao and his group with a blank face. He was a policeman, not a traffic policeman, so he couldn't do anything about this kind of thing. Otherwise, he would have detained these bastards' cars. Wang Hao rolled down the window, spitting out a mouthful of saliva, then opened his mouth and silently said, F***CKU. Then, he gave Qin Shi the middle finger again. Changing gears, braking, and stepping on the accelerator. After a set of smooth operations, Wang Hao laughed wildly and sped up. The 4 modified cars roared and sped away in an instant. The middle-aged policeman shook his head, as if he was lamenting the degeneration of the world. However, at this moment, Qin Shi suddenly waved his arm. Then, Wang Hao's car slammed into the railing of Ho Hai. Bang! In order to send them on their way, Qin Shi even broke the railing. Therefore, when Wang Hao's car hit the railing immediately broke, and his car flew into Ho Hai. The skating rink in Ho Hai usually opened in January. Although some places were already frozen, it wasn't very thick. The car fell into the water, causing a huge splash. The middle-aged policeman was stunned by the scene in front of him. It wasn't until the car slowly sank into the water that he suddenly came back to his senses, and quickly called the auxiliary police to help him save people. It was just a small punishment and a big warning, not really taking their lives. Therefore, in order to prevent any accidents, Qin Shi had already considerately opened the car door for Wang Hao while he was still in the air. Chapter 143. This year was not a warm winter, but a cold winter. So in December, the water surface of Ho Hai had already condensed a thin layer of ice. Wang Hao's car was filled with 5 people. After the car drove into the water, the 5 people struggled to swim back to the shore. The other people on the shore hurriedly pulled them up. Looking at the people who were squeezing into the car, the middle-aged policeman couldn't help but sigh, karma. Although tourists accidentally fell into Ho Hai from time to time, the middle-aged policeman had been in this area for so long, and he really hadn't heard of anyone who could drive a car into Ho Hai. The car was probably scrapped, and how to get it out had become a big problem. It was estimated that the Shikahai subdistrict community would seek compensation from them. This group of stinky brats was also unlucky. But this was no longer the middle-aged policeman's business, so he called the young policeman and prepared to leave. "Comrade, take care." After Chen Shi smiled and said hello to the middle-aged policeman, he took Qiao Yuan back to the tea house. As soon as they walked into the tea house, Qin Ruoying glanced at Chen Shi with a smile. She knew what happened outside, so she guessed that this must be Chen Shi's good deed. Young people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, a little punishment is okay. After being disturbed by this group of bastards, the guests at the table who just left didn't even pay the bill. Now they didn't know where they went. After the couple cleaned up the teacups at their table, they returned to the bar with the little girl in their arms. Qiao Yuan stood in the lobby stupidly and looked at their calm appearance. For a while, she didn't know what to say. After a long time, Qiao Yuan came to the bar, bowed to the couple, and said sincerely, "Boss, lady boss, thank you." Hearing this, Qin Ruoying said with a smile, "Give you a piece of advice, don't do this in the future. This is not a glorious career. With your education, you should be able to find a very good job in the future. I hope you can distinguish the priorities and don't ruin your future." After hearing her words, Xiao Yuan fell silent. After hesitating for a while, she nodded lightly and said in a low voice with a complicated expression, "I understand." "Thank you, lady boss." Qin Ruoying smiled and turned to look at Chen Shi. Chen Shi looked at his wife helplessly. Then, he grabbed a black pill from the plate of sunflower seeds in front of the big cat. The big cat was lying lazily on the bar counter. When it saw that one of its snacks was taken away, it immediately stuck its head out and let out a dissatisfied meow. Chen Shi stroked its head, then smiled at Qiao Yuan and said, "This is a pill left behind by an old Chinese doctor. I heard that it's especially helpful for kidney diseases. You can take this pill back to your father and see if it has any effect. Don't worry, it's a pure Chinese medicine formula. Even if it doesn't have any effect, there definitely won't be any side effects." Qiao Yuan took the pill skeptically. After glancing at it, she wrapped the pill in a tissue and said to Chen Shi solemnly, "Thank you, boss. Go, come, Nian Nian, say goodbye to your sister." "Goodbye, sister." Hearing this, the little girl immediately stood on Chen Shi's lap and stuck her head out from behind the bar counter. She smiled and waved goodbye to Qiao Yuan. "Goodbye, Nian Nian, sister will come to see you later." Qiao Yuan turned and left with a complicated expression. After leaving the tea house, she couldn't help but look back at the signboard with the words, "Qingyi Tea House," written on it. Then, as if she had finally made up her mind, she quickly walked towards the bar. The weather wasn't very good today. It was always gray. Although it wasn't hazy yet, there wasn't even a bit of sunlight in the cold weather. There was no way to cheer people up. After the little episode just now, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. Perhaps she had been infected by the big cat. The little girl sat on Chen Shi's lap and lazily put her chin on the bar counter. She constantly blew with her small mouth, trying to blow a tissue into the air. Chen Shi wanted to take her out for a walk, but the little girl pouted and shook her head. It looked like she didn't want to move at all. The TV in the tea house didn't have a broadcasting function, so she couldn't order cartoons. Since she couldn't watch cartoons, she wanted to serve tea to the customers. There weren't many customers, so the little girl was bored to death. Qin Ruoying saw this and smiled gently. "Nian Nian, mommy will tell you a story, okay?" Hearing this, the little girl's eyes suddenly lit up. Mommy's stories were better than daddy's stories. So she immediately climbed from Chen Shi's lap to Qin Ruoying's lap. Then she shook Qin Ruoying's arm and smiled. "Mommy, tell me." "Okay, sit down first. Mommy will tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a temple on the mountain. Qin Ruoying told the little girl the story of the three monks. But before the story was half finished, the door of the tea house was suddenly pushed open. Seeing this, Chen Shi interrupted Qin Ruoying's story and said directly to the little girl, "Nian Nian, look, there are guests." Guests. After a few days of getting used to it, the little girl had become familiar with the reception work of the tea house. So when she heard that there were guests, she was so excited that she wanted to jump out of Qin Ruoying's arms. Qin Ruoying was afraid that she would jump and fall, so she had to put her down carefully. The little girl seemed to be very enthusiastic about greeting guests. So when she stepped on the ground, she ran out from behind the bar counter. However, when the little girl ran out of the bar counter and saw the guests, she couldn't help but be stunned. Immediately after, she ran back to the bar counter and hid. Seeing this, Chen Shi picked her up and carried her out of the bar counter. "Hello, please take a seat." The person who came was an old man. That wasn't the point. The point was that he had two children who were about the same age as Nian Nian. The two children looked exactly the same, and they were dressed exactly the same. They looked like they were carved out of the same mold, twins. It was the first time that other children had appeared in the tea house, and they were a pair. The little girl had never seen twins before, so she was scared and ran back. After hearing Chen Shi's words, the old man took the twins and sat in the seat where Qiao Yuan had sat before. After carrying the little girl to the old man's side, Chen Shi asked with a smile, "What would you like to drink, sir?" The old man didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at the little girl in Chen Shi's arms with interest. The little girl seemed to be a little shy. She lay on Chen Shi's shoulder and didn't dare to turn her head. "This is your daughter." Yes." "How old is she?" 4.5 years old. Hearing this, the old man couldn't help but laugh. Then he pointed at the twins who were squeezed on the sofa and said, "What a coincidence, these two children are also 4.5 years old." It is a bit of a coincidence. As he spoke, Chen Shi put the little girl on the ground. Then he held her hand and said to her, "Nian Nian, come and say hello to Grandpa." The little girl hesitated for a moment. Then, with Chen Shi's encouragement, she said very politely to the old man, "Hello, Grandpa." Chapter 144. Twins. According to statistics, the average birth rate of twins in the world was 89:1. In other words, out of every 89 pregnant women, there would be one who would give birth to twins. Before the two-child policy was introduced, the number of births per day in Wuxia was around 20,800. If it was accurate to the second, then Wuxia would give birth to a baby every 4.15 seconds. Even with a 1% probability, Wuxia would give birth to 2,000 pairs of twins per day. After the two-child policy was introduced, this number would double. Twins were not a particularly rare existence. However, the little girl was too young, so when she saw two children who looked exactly the same, she was immediately frightened. After she obediently greeted her grandfather, the little girl immediately shrank behind Chen Shi, then carefully looked at the twins in front of her. The twins were both boys. They had delicate features and were very cute. Twins generally looked very similar because they were identical twins, so the genes they carried were almost the same. A small number of twins did not look alike, but that was because they were heterozygotic twins. If the mother laid 2 eggs and produced 2 fertilized eggs, then the genes they carried would naturally be different. When they grew up, there would be a clear difference. The twins did look very similar, and the children were still young, so even with Chen Shi's eyesight, he could only find a few subtle differences. Seeing that the little girl was a little scared, Chen Shi picked her up, then smiled at the old man and said, "The children look so similar, how do you usually tell them apart?" Hearing this, the old man laughed and said, "The older brother has a mole behind his earlobe, but the younger brother doesn't, but it's not obvious, so I made a mark on their clothes." After that, the old man asked the two children to turn around. Hearing their grandfather's words, the twins obediently turned around and lay on the sofa. At this time, Chen-shi realized that there were numbers written on the back of their clothes. On the left was 1, and on the right was 2. Didn't the 18th National Assembly propose to talk about civilization, so I named the children Civilization. The left is the older brother, and the right is the younger brother, Xia Wen, Xia Ming. Civilization. Chen-shi pondered for a moment, then said to the little fellow with a smile, "Come on, Nian, introduce yourself to Grandpa." The little guy hugged Chen-shi's neck with one hand and tilted his head to look at the twins. After that, he quickly turned his head and buried his little head in Chen-shi's shoulder. Seeing her like an ostrich, Chen-shi could only say to the old man apologetically, "Sorry, the child is shy, it's okay. My 2 kids used to be afraid of strangers too. I've gotten used to bringing them out for a stroll." After chatting with the old man for a while, Chen-shi suddenly remembered his duty, so he quickly pointed to the price list on the table and said with a smile, "What do you want?" "Vegetarian tea. I have something to do later, so I'll leave after sitting for a while." "Alright, please wait a moment." Chen-shi returned to the bar with the little fellow in his arms. Qin Ruoying also noticed the little fellow's strange behavior, so she quickly asked, "What's wrong?" She probably hasn't seen twins before, so she's scared. While talking, Chen-shi handed the little fellow to Qin Ruoying. Hearing this, Qin Ruoying had to take the little fellow from Chen-shi's hands, and then explain to her what twins were. At this time, Chen-shi made a cup of tea for the old man. The waiters were on strike, so only he, the boss, had to do it personally. The little fellow rarely dealt with people of the same age. Now there were 2 of them, and they looked exactly the same, so naturally she was scared. After listening to Qin Ruoying's explanation, the little fellow nodded as if he understood something. Tilting her head and thinking for a while, she suddenly pouted and asked, "Mommy, why don't I have a sister who looks exactly the same?" Qin Ruoying was amused by her, so she pinched the tip of her little nose and asked, "You want a sister?" "An." Hearing this, the little fellow immediately nodded, then said with anticipation, "I want a sister. A sister can play with me." You only know how to play." In fact, Qin Ruoying had already guessed why she wanted a sister. It was because she was lonely, and there was no one of the same age to play with her. She and Chen-shi had no plans to have a second child for the time being, and distant water could not put out a nearby fire, so the best way now was to bring the little fellow out to interact with people of the same age. Thinking of this, Qin Ruoying carried the little fellow, then walked directly to the twins. Chen-shi placed the teacup in front of the old man, and was about to turn back to the bar when Qin Ruoying brought the little fellow over. The husband and wife had a tacit understanding, and Chen-shi understood her meaning without a word of explanation. Thus, after Chen-shi's introduction, the old man also understood the purpose of Qin Ruoying's visit. Every parent hoped that their children would be able to play with their peers because for children under the age of 6, this was something that would only be beneficial and not detrimental. Seeing that the old man agreed, Qin Ruoying did not stand on ceremony, and directly brought the little fellow to the twins, then smiled at the 2 children and asked, "Can you let your sister play with you?" After hearing her words, the older brother sitting on the left heard her, and without discussing with his younger brother, he immediately said, "Okay." Then, he looked at the old man and asked, "Grandpa, can we play marbles with our sister?" "Go, don't bully her." "No. We won't bully her, we want to protect her." The older brother jumped down from the sofa excitedly, patted his chest, and promised. He directly took the little fellow's hand, like a little adult, and said to the little fellow, "Sister, I'll play with you." "Me too." The younger brother seemed to be afraid that they would miss him, so he immediately squeezed from behind the older brother. Looking at the younger brother, it seemed that he also wanted to hold the little fellow. Thus, Qin Ruoying handed the little fellow's left hand to him. The two brothers were actually more than 2 months older than the little fellow. When the three of them stood together, they were half a head taller than the little fellow. The two brothers took Nyan around the hole. After finding an open space in the corner, they immediately squatted on the ground and took out marbles from their pockets. The little fellow had not played with glass marbles yet. Therefore, when she saw the colorful glass marbles, she was immediately attracted by the glass ball with a strange pattern in the middle. The little fellow grabbed a marble and played with it. Seeing this, the older brother immediately said to her, "Sister, we'll teach you how to play." Okay. Children could always play together happily. Qin Ruoying stood beside the three little fellows with a smile, quietly watching them play marbles. The little fellow had not played with people of the same age for a long time, so in the beginning, she was a little reserved. But after playing for a while, the little fellow gradually let go of herself, and the range of her movements and laughter became louder and louder. Chapter 145. Playing marbles was actually a very fair competitive game, and it was very helpful for children to learn physics in the future. For example, when they learned about parabola, momentum, force, and other subjects, they could not help but think of playing marbles as a child. This also made it easier for children to understand the content of the teacher's lecture. The little girl had never played this kind of game in her life, so she was immediately excited. The twins were already veterans at this game. When they saw that their sister did not know how to play, they let her play. The little girl played 3 times, but they only played once. Qin Ruoying accompanied the children, and Qin Shi accompanied the old man to play Go. However, halfway through the game, the old man's phone suddenly rang. The old man took out his phone and looked at it. His face suddenly sank. After picking up the phone, the old man did not wait for the person on the other end of the phone to speak first. He said directly into the phone, "I'm here, don't rush me." After that, he seemed very impatient and hung up the phone. When Qin Shi saw this, he smiled and asked, "Is there anything else?" "Sigh, some family matters. I have to go. I lost this game. Let's come back another day." The old man shook his head and said. After a gentle sigh, he stood up reluctantly and asked casually, "How much is this tea? You've been sitting here for less than half an hour, and you haven't drunk much tea. You don't have to pay. This bill is on me." Since Qin Shi said so, the old man didn't hold back. After thanking Qin Shi, he told his 2 grandsons that it was time to leave. When the twins heard their grandfather's call, they were stunned for a moment. They could not help but mutter, "So fast." They seemed to know that they had something to do later, so they reluctantly said to the little girl, "Sister, we have to go. We'll come back tomorrow to play with you." While talking, the 2 brothers also picked up the marbles on the ground. When the little girl saw this, her face was full of reluctance. However, there was no other way. They had to leave, so she had to silently help the 2 brothers pick up the marbles. "That green one is mine." When the younger brother saw that his marble was taken away, he was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He pounced and snatched the green marble back from his older brother's hand. The little fellow squatted on the ground and silently watched them pick their marbles. She had a pitiful look on her face, as if she was very reluctant to let the 2 brothers leave. The 2 brothers put away the marbles and stood up. At this time, the elder brother seemed to have noticed the little fellow's abnormality. He hesitated for a moment, but still chose something in his pocket. After a while, the elder brother took out 2 marbles from his pocket and handed them to the little girl. "Sister, these 2 are for you." The little guy was stunned for a moment. He raised his head and glanced at his brother before hesitantly taking the marble from his hand. "And mine. I'll give you 2 as well." The younger brother was never willing to fall behind his older brother. After seeing his older brother give the marbles to the little guy, he also quickly grabbed 2 marbles and stuffed them into the little guy's hands. However, after giving away the marbles, the younger brother regretted it. Because the 2 marbles that his older brother gave were carefully selected with the ugliest patterns, but he gave the 2 prettiest ones. Although he felt a little heartache, the younger brother was still a man after all. So he knew that since he had given it away, he couldn't go back on his words. Thus, he stood together with his older brother and waved goodbye to the little guy. "Goodbye, sister. I'll come and play with you in the future. And me. I'll come and play with you too." The 2 brothers fought to be the first to say goodbye to the little guy. Seeing this, the little girl also stood up and waved her small hand that was holding the marbles at them. "Goodbye," the twins left. The little guy stood on the spot and lowered his head to look at the marbles in his hands. No one knew what he was thinking about. Qin Ruoying waited quietly for a while before lightly walking over. He squatted beside the little guy and pulled him into his arms. "Nian Nian, your brothers gave you something. Did you say thank you to them?" Hearing this, the little guy immediately used his little hands to hug Qin Ruoying's neck. After thinking for a while, she then asked in anticipation beside Qin Ruoying's ear, "Mama, when will my brothers come and play with me again?" Qin Ruoying smiled and didn't answer immediately. She carried the little guy to Qin Shi's side. Qin Shi took the little guy and used his hand to scratch the tip of her little nose. He then smiled and said to her, "Your brothers will come again tomorrow and play with you again. Are you happy?" "Happy." Hearing Qin Shi's words, the little guy finally broke into a smile and happily played with the marbles. Seeing this, the husband and wife both laughed. Twins were really much more fortunate than only children. The next morning, the little guy seemed to still be thinking about the 2 little brothers who looked exactly the same yesterday. So just after drinking a mouthful of pumpkin porridge, she couldn't wait to shout that she wanted to go to the tea house. "Nian Nian, don't be anxious. Finish your breakfast first. It's still early now. They won't come even if you go." Qin Ruoying served the little guy breakfast while Qin Shi tidied up the room. After the family of 3 finished breakfast and were about to leave for the tea house, the door of the east wing suddenly opened. Qin Shueqing actually went out. She had just walked out of the door when she saw the family of 3 standing on the steps of the west wing, staring straight at her. Stunned for a moment, Qin Shueqing asked awkwardly, "What's wrong?" "Oh, did the sun rise from the west today?" Qin Shi said as he pretended to look at the sky. Qin Shueqing heard him say this and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. During this period of time, she and Qin Yongyan hid in the room all day to cultivate. They didn't even eat on time. Luckily, Qin Shi left food for them every day. Cultivate, eat, and sleep. They only did these 3 things every day. They were simply lazy. Qin Ruoying knew his sister's character very well. He was afraid that Qin Shi's joke would make her angry again, so he asked with a smile, "Are you going out?" "Yes, I just received a call from the leader. There's something I need to deal with." "Then be careful. If there's a problem, you can call us." Hearing this, Qin Shueqing couldn't help but look at Qin Ruoying, then quickly glanced at Qin Shi. Then, she nodded slightly hesitantly and said, "Okay, then I'll go first." "Go ahead." After Qin Shueqing quickly walked out of the courtyard, Qin Shi looked at Qin Ruoying with a half-smile. Seeing this, Qin Ruoying asked with a smile, "If Yuqing encounters any problems, as her brother-in-law, will you help?" "Of course. Of course I'll help." After saying that, Qin Shi suddenly laughed, and then carried Qin Ruoying up by the waist. This sudden action immediately shocked Qin Ruoying. She quickly patted his arm and said, "Hey, what are you doing? Put me down. Let's go. Lady boss, let's open for business." Qin Shi carried Qin Ruoying by the waist, Qin Ruoying carried the little fellow, and the little fellow carried the big cat. Chapter 146. The business of the tea house was not good today, and there were no customers in the morning. The little fellow was lying on the bar, playing with the marbles that the brothers gave her. It was really boring to play marbles alone. After playing for a while, the little fellow felt a little bored, so she looked up and kept asking Qin when the two little brothers from yesterday would come. The old man just said that they would come, but Qin did not know when they would come. Seeing that the little fellow was about to explode, the couple thought about it, and simply took her to the corner yesterday, and then squatted on the ground to play marbles with her. For marbles, a family of 3. Seeing that her parents were willing to play with her, the little fellow immediately became happy. Playing marbles was actually very similar to playing billiards, and they both required certain skills. Qin playing marbles was no different from opening a plug-in. In order to let the little fellow play to her heart's content, he had to deliberately miss every time. The little fellow learned the professional posture that the twins taught her, and after a tireless effort, she finally hit Qin's marbles. Papa! I won! I won! After grabbing the marbles in front of Qin, the little fellow excitedly giggled at Qin. Nian is so good, do you still want to play? Yes. As if afraid that her father would not play with her, the little fellow quickly handed the marbles to Qin. Qin took the marbles, put them back on the ground, and then said to her with a smile, Nian, Papa doesn't know how to play, you have to give in to Papa a little. Okay. I will give in to Papa. The little fellow nodded again and again like a chicken pecking rice. But after restarting the game, her luck was off the charts, so she hit Qin's marble right away. Oh, Nian, you are getting better and better. Papa is so stupid. I won again. The couple squatted beside the little fellow, looking at their daughter's flushed face because of too much excitement. They could not help but reach out and pinch her little face. Annoying. Papa is annoying. Mama is so annoying. The little fellow twisted her body to avoid the attack, which made Qin and Qin Ruoying laugh out loud. With the company of his parents, the boring morning passed quickly. The 3 of them had just finished lunch when the door of the tea house was pushed open. The old man came as promised. Traveling with him was naturally the twin brother that the little fellow had been looking forward to for a long time. After the short interaction yesterday, the 3 little guys had cultivated a deep enough friendship. So when the 2 brothers walked into the tea house, they immediately looked around for the little fellow. Sister, we're here. After seeing the little fellow, the 2 brothers hurriedly ran out and surrounded her. Then, as if he was presenting a treasure, the elder brother took out a small car from his pocket and said to the little fellow, Sister, look. I brought you something good. After he finished speaking, he laid on the ground and slowly pulled the trolley back. When he let go of his hand, the cart immediately moved forward. The little fellow had never played with this kind of toy before, so she immediately ran over and picked up the cart from the ground to study it. Seeing this, the younger brother grabbed the cart from the little fellow's hand and stuffed his kaleidoscope into the little fellow's hand. Sister, look at this. This is fun. Seeing this, the elder brother immediately became unhappy. He quickly grabbed the card back from his younger brother and said to him with dissatisfaction, My card is fun. As he spoke, he wanted to put the card back into the little fellow's hand. Seeing this, the younger brother was not to be outdone and shouted to his elder brother, The kaleidoscope is fun. The card is fun. The kaleidoscope is fun. The little fellow held the kaleidoscope in one hand and the card in the other. She foolishly watched the 2 brothers quarrel in front of her. Looking at the situation, if they were allowed to quarrel a few more words, they would probably fight. Qin Ruoying had no choice but to step forward to stop them, and then said to the little fellow, Nian, don't you want to play marbles? Let your elder brothers play with you. With Qin Ruoying's mediation, the 2 brothers put down their dispute, squatted on the ground with the little fellow, and played the marbles that they didn't enjoy yesterday. After Qin made a cup of tea for the old man, he played Go with him again. Because of the old man's face, Chen Shi held back a few moves, and finally lost by 3 pieces. The old man won with difficulty, but because of this, he stopped looking down on him. He just wanted to play casually before, but he didn't expect that the tea house owner was really a master at such a young age. He actually had to use all his strength to win by chance. The two of them chatted while playing Go. Through chatting, they learned that the old man's surname was Gu, and he was already 65 years old this year. He lived in Binhai Alley, which was less than 200 meters away from Dongming Alley. The twins' surname was Xia, but the old man's surname was Gu. Obviously, he was their grandfather. Chen Shi casually asked about the old man's family affairs, but he didn't expect the old man to shake his head after listening. He couldn't help but sigh. I don't want to talk about these things." Seeing this, Chen Shi didn't ask more. The two of them continued to play Go. This game of Go was only interesting when the opponent was a match. If the opponent was too strong or too weak, it would be boring after 2 games. Chen Shi's level was so much higher than the old man's that when he let the old man kill his dragon, the old man didn't notice anything strange. Instead, he proudly said that Chen Shi was inexperienced. Chen Shi nodded with a smile, and then invited the old man to play another game. Recently, it had been a bit gloomy. Although it didn't snow, the sun didn't come out much. Today was the worst day in history, but at the same time, it was also the happiest day for the little girl. The heater in the tea house was on full blast. Chen Shi and the old man played Go leisurely, while the 3 little guys were chattering non-stop. Qin Ruoying put on light music, then sat on the sofa next to them and quietly read a book. Perhaps they were tired from playing marbles, so the 3 little guys sat on the sofa to rest. Then, the older brother came up with a new trick. Flipping flower rope. The 2 brothers probably played it at home, so after Qin Ruoying helped them find a rope, the 2 brothers immediately showed it to the little girl. The older brother first tied the rope into a noose, then flipped out a square cross with his fingers. When the younger brother saw this, he immediately reached over. After flipping it a few times, the noose was in his hand. Then, a double cross pattern appeared on the younger brother's hand. At first, the little girl didn't think it was anything strange. But when she saw the younger brother casually flip and create a new pattern, her interest was finally aroused. The older brother was not to be outdone. After glancing at the double cross on the younger brother's hand, he put his thumb through it, and with a hook of his little finger, a mosquito net suddenly appeared from his hand. Amazing! The little girl stared with her eyes wide open. She didn't even dare to blink her eyes at their performance. So she immediately looked at the brothers and said with some expectation, "Can you teach me?" Hearing this, the older brother immediately took back his hand, took the rope, and handed it to the little girl. "Sister, come, I'll teach you." However, before the little girl reached out to take it, the younger brother suddenly snatched the rope from the older brother's hand, then held the rope and said to the little girl, "Sister, don't let him teach you." "I'll teach you." "Give it to me." "I'll teach you." "No." "I'll teach you." "I'll teach you." "I'll teach you." Seeing this, Qin Ruoying couldn't help shaking her head and laughing. Chapter 147. Gu Lao was a retired man, and his only job now was to take care of his grandchildren. The 2 brothers seemed to be very well behaved now, but in fact, they were much more naughty than Yin. If the 2 brothers stayed in one place for a long time, there would probably be footprints on the ceiling. No matter where they went, the 2 brothers were together, so they were much bolder than the average child. If it weren't for the little girl in the tea house, they probably wouldn't have been able to sit still and would have clamored to go out and play. Gu Lao was in good health, but taking care of these 2 naughty boys usually tired him out. Today, it was rare that the 2 brothers didn't bother him, so Gu Lao was naturally happy to be free. The three of them sat in the tea house for the whole afternoon. Chen Shi patiently played Go with the old man. He controlled his level very well, and after a few games, his record became 2 wins and 3 losses. Such a well-matched match also thoroughly aroused the old man's competitive spirit, and he became more and more focused when playing Go. 4:20 in the afternoon. Not long after the 6th game started, Chen Shi's phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and found that the caller was Ning Chodong, who he hadn't contacted for a long time. Since Chen Shi hung up on Ning Zhongguo last time, the father and daughter of the Ning family didn't bother him again. Ning Chodong's sudden call probably meant that she needed his help with something again. After thinking for a while, Chen Shi smiled apologetically at Gu Lao, and then picked up the phone. "Hello, Mr. Chen. It's me, Ning Chodong." As soon as he picked up the phone, Chen Shi heard a little nervousness in Ning Chodong's tone. The reason why Ning Zhongguo's attitude was so bad when he talked to him last time was because he couldn't find any clues about Yingying at that time, which caused him to be in a bad mood. Now that he found his wife, and the family lived happily together, Chen Shi naturally returned to his previous harmless appearance. Come to think of it, the father and daughter of the Ning family had helped him a lot in the past, although most of it was a combination of interests. However, they were sensible and knew when to advance and retreat, so Chen Shi didn't mind continuing to maintain a relationship with them. Thus, he smiled and asked, "It's me. What's the matter?" After confirming that Chen Shi was not very resistant to her, Ning Chodong immediately said excitedly, "Mr. Chen, can you save my father?" What happened to your father?" "He was kidnapped." "What happened?" "Dad didn't come home yesterday, and I couldn't get through to him on the phone. I thought he had something important to do, so I didn't look for him. I didn't expect to suddenly receive a call from the kidnappers this morning. Did you call the police?" "Yes, the police are at my house right now. Since you've already called the police, you should listen to the police. What's the use of telling me?" After saying this, Chen Shi seemed to feel that it wasn't very nice of him to say this, so he quickly added, "You're pretty rich, right? If you can't save him, then you can use the money to solve the problem. Save him first, you can earn the money later." Hearing this, Ning Chodong said with a sobbing tone, "The kidnappers don't want money, they only want the pills you gave Dad last time." Chen Shi frowned slightly. Pills? Could it be the accomplices of the 2 Nanyang people last time? While Chen Shi was still thinking, Ning Chodong thought that Chen Shi didn't want to, so she begged, "Mr. Chen, Dad told me not to call you. Although the police have already started to act, I still feel very worried. I don't want to risk Dad's life, so I took the liberty to call you. I hope you don't mind." "Okay, I understand." Hearing her terrified voice, Chen Shi interrupted her and said directly, "Do you know where my house is? I still have a few pills left at home. They're on a plate under the coffee table in the living room. You can go and get them, but remember not to break the lock." "Thank you, Mr. Chen." "Thank you. That's it then." After saying this, Chen Shi hung up the phone. At this time, Gu Lao looked at Chen Shi with a slightly surprised look and asked directly, "Use the money to solve the problem? Your friend was kidnapped." Chen Shi smiled and shook his head. He casually explained, "A friend is in debt outside, and the loan sharks came looking for him. His family is worried, so they called me." Hearing this, Gu Lao also shook his head and said emotionally, "Why would a normal person deal with loan sharks? Your friend is probably not a decent person. I'll take advantage of my seniority to give you a piece of advice. It's better if you don't deal with this kind of people in the future. Otherwise, one day you might be involved." Chen Shi nodded and said yes. After laughing, he did not continue the topic. Seeing this, Gu Lao did not say anything more. The two continued to play Go, and Chen Shi thought about Ning Zhongguo's incident. He really didn't expect that a mere simplified version of the foundation elixir would actually involve so many things. After Ning Zhonghua and Su Wei were warned by him last time, they had promised that they would definitely minimize the impact of the pill. However, some fires were easy to ignite, but difficult to extinguish. After all, according to the rumors, it was a miracle pill that could change one's fate. Who wouldn't want it? Ning Zhonghua and Su Wei had shot themselves in the foot. Not only did they not make much money, but they also got into trouble because of it. Thinking about it, this was the second time Ning Zhonghua was kidnapped because of the pill. However, this time he was smart. After seeing the tip of the iceberg of Qin Shi's strength, Ning Zhonghua had already made up his mind. No matter what, he would not say anything about Qin Shi. Instead, he insisted that the hidden expert who could refine the miracle pill had already passed away. Ning Chudong also knew about Qin Shi's existence. However, because of Ning Zhonghua's warning, she hesitated for a long time before finally plucking up the courage to call Qin Shi. The kidnappers only wanted the pill and not the money. However, there were no more pills. Could it be that she had to use a fake pill in exchange for her father's life? What if the other party saw through it? This was a serious matter. Ning Chodong did not dare to take the risk, so she thought of looking for Qin Shi. Fortunately, Qin Shi was much easier to deal with compared to the kidnappers. After getting Qin Shi's permission, Ning Chodong hurriedly rushed to the Kongju district, ready to exchange the pill for Ning Zhonghua's life. It was just a simplified version of the energy pill. Qin Shi could have as many as he wanted, so he did not care much. Old Ning's performance this time was not bad. Those few pills were his reward. As for the kidnappers, Qin Shi was not the police. Why would he care so much? Ning Zhonghua was a famous business tycoon in Zhonghai. Since he was kidnapped, the Zhonghai police would naturally do their best to ensure his safety. Chapter 148. Gu Lao was a very particular person. For the past 2 days, he would take the twins to the tea house after lunch every day. At 5:00 in the afternoon, Gu Lao would refuse Qin Shi's dinner invitation and then take the reluctant twins home for dinner. A cup of vegetarian tea a day was only 20 yuan. Qin Shi didn't accept it, but he insisted on giving it. He always said that it was a different matter. On this day, when Gu Lao took the twins to the tea house again, he suddenly found that there was a children's playground in the tea house. It turned out that the couple saw that the 3 little guys would spend most of their time lying on the ground, so after some discussion, they simply removed the row of booths on the left side of the bar. The empty space was about 7 or 8 square meters. Qin Shi first circled the area with a plastic fence, and then covered it with colorful children's climbing mats. The twins often brought some small toys for the little guy these 2 days, which opened the little guy's eyes, but also gave her the idea of wanting her parents to buy her toys. Qin Shi suddenly realized that he had not bought any toys for Nian since he came back for so long. So, he discussed with Qin Ruoying to buy a lot of things in Jingdong. Within the 3rd ring road of Shangjing, the Jingdong delivery would arrive the next morning. Qin Shi bought a set of Barbie dolls for the little guy and 2 or 3 sets of accessories for her. Fantasy wardrobes, villas, castles, holiday homes, everything was available. Maybe Nian had a talent for music. A children's electronic organ was needed. Maybe Nian had a talent for painting. Children's paintbrushes, crayons, watercolors, and a painting kit were needed. Nian lacked companionship, so a children's intelligent robot toy was needed. There was also a set of Lego bricks, puzzle toys, good stuff. The couple was addicted to buying. You choose one, I choose one. When Qin Ruoying came back to her senses, the settlement price of the shopping cart had reached more than 8,000 yuan. This was not good. How many toys to buy for the child was a very particular thing. After research by scholars at the University of Virginia, they found that the best number of toys to buy for the child was 5. If there are less than 5 toys, children may feel inferior. But if there were more than 5, not only would the toys not be played enough, but it would also limit the child's creativity. It was also proven that the more toys there were at home, the lower the frequency of children playing with them. Too many toys would distract a child's attention, and it was easy for the child to develop the bad habit of a 3-minute enthusiasm. On the other hand, if the number of toys was small, the child would get tired of playing with them. At the same time, if they couldn't get new toys, the bored child would create new ways to play. This was human nature, just like how primitive people created songs and dances out of boredom after eating and sleeping. Therefore, children who liked to study were often more intelligent. At the same time, because they had fewer toys, they were more focused. Of course, it was also wrong not to buy a toy for the child. All the other children had toys, but he didn't. While children envied others, they would also develop feelings of inferiority, which would seriously affect the child's mental health. The number of 5 toys was not an absolute standard. After all, every child was different, so the real effective standard still needed the parents to observe and figure it out. After Qin Ruoying's reminder, Chunxi had to sift through the shopping cart regretfully. In the end, there were only Barbie dolls, Lego bricks, and an electronic piano left. When the twins came to the tea house, the little girl was lying in the children's playground, piling up Lego bricks. Because of the new toys, she didn't ask for a brother today. When the brothers saw the children's playground that Chunxi had carefully decorated, they immediately ran to the fence and said to the little girl with envy, "Sister, can we come in and play?" "Okay. But Mommy said that we have to take off our shoes when we come in to play." "Okay. We'll take it off." Hearing this, the brothers quickly kicked off the shoes on their feet and couldn't wait to open the fence door. After getting in, they directly lay next to the little girl and played with her with Lego bricks. The 3 little guys made a lot of noise in the tea house, so Qin Ruoying played light music to cover up their chattering noise. Recently, the tea house's business had been declining day by day. It was probably directly related to these 3 little guys. If this trend continued, it was estimated that the tea house would become a children's playground sooner or later. Qin Ruoying sat at the bar, reading a book and drinking tea. The giggles of the 3 little guys from time to time made her smile faintly. Looking up at her lover who was playing chess with Gu Lao, Qin Ruoying felt like she was in a dream. Wasn't this kind of peaceful and comfortable life what she had always dreamed of? Qin Ruoying sat behind the bar in a daze, her face full of happiness. But at this moment, a melodious ringtone suddenly rang out. It was her cell phone that was ringing. She got this cell phone after returning to Shangjing. Only the 3 of them in her family knew her number. Qin Ruoying quickly picked it up and took a look. Sure enough, the caller was Qin Yongyan. The call was connected. But the first sentence from Qin Yongyan shocked Qin Ruoying. "Ying, Qingqing is injured, what happened to her?" It said that she was ambushed and shot in the arm with a sniper rifle. If she didn't dodge quickly, she would be a dead person now. But even so, one of her hands is considered disabled. Qin Ruoying was stunned. Holding the cell phone, she froze in place. At this time, after Qin excused himself from Gu Lao, he got up and went to the bar. He had already heard the conversation between the father and daughter. He patted Qin Ruoying's back gently, indicating that she should not worry. Qin took the phone from Qin Ruoying and asked Qin Yongyan, "Where is she now?" "In Jinzhou." "I'll be right there." "Okay." Hearing Qin's words, Qin Yongyan immediately felt relieved. After telling Qin the specific location, he hung up the phone. Qin was very clear about his sister-in-law's strength. When she left a few days ago, she had successfully broken through the Alcade state. But unexpectedly, she was lucky enough to survive because of this. The reason why martial arts declined was that human society had completely entered the era of firearms. Even a child as old as Nian Nian could easily kill a martial arts master who had practiced martial arts for many years with a gun. The bullet speed of a sniper rifle was generally about 900 meters per second, and the speed of sound was only 340 meters per second. This speed was 2.5 times faster than the speed of sound. If Qin Wanqing was still in the transforming strength stage, she wouldn't have been able to dodge this fatal shot. She was indeed lucky. Chapter 149. Something had happened to Qin Xueqing. But it was Qin Yongyan who had called to inform them. In other words, Qin Xueqing was probably not out of danger yet. Qin Ruoying only had one sister. Although Qin Xueqing especially liked to compete with her when she was young, it was just a childish tantrum. It was obviously impossible to say that the two sisters had no feelings for each other. Qin Xueqing actually cared about her sister very much, just like how Qin Ruoying cared about her. It was just that she always appeared cold and aloof. Qin Ruoying was not very sure what would happen if she was shot in the arm by a sniper rifle. But Qin Yongyan had already said on the phone that one of Qinqing's hands was crippled. She was originally a martial arts fanatic. If one of her hands was really crippled, what kind of blow would it be to her? The more Qin Ruoying thought about it, the more afraid she became. She could not help but hold Qin Shi's hand tightly, looking a little frightened. Seeing this, Qin Shi gently hugged her into his arms and comforted her softly. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Qin Ruoying gently leaned her head on Qin Shi's chest. After adjusting her emotions, she said softly, "Go and see Qin, okay?" Qin Shi nodded, then lowered his head and left a kiss on Qin Ruoying's lips. Perhaps because Qin Shi was by her side, Qin Ruoying could not help but feel a little more relaxed after their lips parted. The couple turned their heads to the left side of the bar. The three little guys were sitting on the climbing mat, with a pile of Lego blocks in front of each of them. They were comparing whose block castle looked better. "Nian Nian, Daddy has to go out for a while. I'll be back soon. Be good at home and listen to Mommy, okay?" Qin Shi's tone was full of negotiation because he was worried that the little guy would suddenly flip out. However, the little fellow's reaction was somewhat out of Qin Shi's expectations. She looked up at Qin Shi. After thinking for a while, the little girl suddenly grinned and said, "Goodbye, Papa. I'll wait for you at home." As she spoke, she waved her hand at Qin Shi. At this moment, the twins waved at Qin Shi and shouted, "Goodbye, Uncle." Seeing this, Qin Shi was stunned for a moment. Then, he patted the heads of the three little guys one by one. The little fellow suddenly stopped clinging to him. It probably had something to do with these two brothers. Qin Shi didn't know that the two brothers were brought up by Gu Lao. Their parents were very busy with work, so they rarely accompanied them when they were young. After the brothers explained their situation to the little fellow finally understood how happy she was now. Therefore, when Qin Shi proposed to go out, Nian Nian was very generous. Because she now understood that adults need to go out to work, so they can't be with their children all day. The little fellow was very generous, which relieved Qin Shi of his worries. After briefly explaining the situation to Gu Lao, Qin Ruoying followed Qin Shi to the courtyard behind the tea house. "I'm here, don't worry. Well, after you understand the situation, remember to give me a call, okay?" Qin Shi reached out and gently touched Qin Ruoying's face. After taking her into his arms and kissing her again, he smiled and said, "Let's go." Then, under Qin Ruoying's gaze, Qin Shi disappeared in the air in an instant. After sighing softly, Qin Ruoying turned and returned to the tea house. Spring City. What was Spring City? There was no cold in winter, no hot in summer, and spring all year round. Spring City was the provincial capital of Dianzhou. It was one of the important central cities in the western region of Wuxia. At the same time, it was also the gateway city to Southeast Asia and South Asia. Spring City was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and Dianqi Lake on the south. Because it was located in a low-latitude plateau, it formed a unique climate of spring all year round. Especially with the plateau lake Dianqi Lake regulating the temperature and humidity, the annual average temperature here was always maintained around 16.5 degrees Celsius. The air was really fresh and the climate was pleasant. As a second-tier city, Spring City was naturally not as prosperous as Zhonghai or as grand as Shangjing. But there was one thing that Spring City was better than these two cities. That was, there was no smog. Of course, the high altitude in exchange for spring all year round came at the price of low humidity. After living for a long time, people's skin would become very dry. But for people with rheumatoid diseases, this was simply a holy land for health. Rome City Military District, Spring City General Hospital. Senior Officials Ward. The senior officials ward here was not as high-end as the 301 hospital in Shangjing, but it had the advantage of having a high floor and a good environment. There were wardrobes, fridges, washrooms, and bathrooms. The area was not big, but it had everything. Because of excessive blood loss, Qin Shueqing was still in shock. As a newly promoted martial arts grandmaster, her physique was indeed better than ordinary people. After the heavy sniper rifle locked on, she could still sense the danger and dodge in time while being restrained by others. However, although she dodged the fatal shot, her entire right hand was disabled because of it. Because of the appearance of various supernatural dramas in recent years, many people mistakenly thought that after being shot in the head by a sniper rifle, it would only leave a small hole in the forehead. But in reality, if someone was really shot in the head by a sniper rifle, their head would explode like a big watermelon, and they would become a headless corpse in an instant. The so-called heavy sniper rifle was actually a 50 anti-material sniper rifle. The main targets of this type of rifle were armored vehicles, airplanes, and fortifications. Its advantages were its long range, high power, and high accuracy. Its disadvantages were that there was usually only one bullet in the magazine, and it took a long time to reload. If one was directly hit by this type of rifle, if one was lucky, it might only break in two. But if one was unlucky, it might be all over the place. There was no way to collect the corpse. Qin Shueqing's arm was broken on the spot. Fortunately, she was not an ordinary person. Otherwise, when her entire arm was broken, her shoulder blade might be pulled and a part of her body would be forcibly torn off. This was the true power of modern weapons. Because of excessive blood loss, Qin Shueqing was still in a coma. A group of people stood outside her ward. They had been waiting here for a whole day and night, but Qin Shueqing still did not wake up. A man who looked to be in his 30s stood up and glanced at Qin Wanqing, who was lying on the hospital bed through the glass window. He seemed to have made a decision as he turned around and walked out with an ashen face. "Third brother. Stop. Where are you going?" Before the man called third brother could take 2 steps, he was pulled back by his companion behind him. He did not say a word and wanted to shake off his companion, but his companion grabbed his arm tightly and did not allow him to leave. The two of them started arguing. The people around them hurriedly surrounded them and tried to persuade them to calm down. While they were arguing, the elevator door opened with a ding sound. A man slowly walked out of the elevator. He stood in the corridor and looked around. After confirming the room number, he walked directly to the senior officials' ward where they were. Third brother was in a fit of anger. When he saw that the man was being so rude, he immediately reached out his hand to stop him. "Stop. Who the F***ck are you? Do you know where this place is?" The man glanced at him, then pointed to the ward behind him and asked, is Qin Shuaching here? Who the *ck are you? Third brother's attitude was very bad, so the man did not want to talk to him. After glancing at him indifferently, he wanted to walk past him and go straight to the ward. Third brother was instantly furious. He reached out his hand to drag the man back. However, before his hand could touch the man's clothes, a huge force slammed him against the wall. Chapter 150. Brother-in-law. The people outside the ward could not help but look at each other when they heard this. After saying that, Chen-Shi didn't bother to pay attention to them anymore. She walked past them and entered the ward. No one dared to stop him. This was because Lao San had been slapped into the wall by him. Just this move alone was enough to intimidate them. Everyone knew their stuff because they knew Lao San's martial arts level very well. He was at the peak of covert strength. He could send a warrior at the peak of covert strength flying with a casual slap. This young man in front of them was at least a Wu Dao Supreme Master. The few people outside the ward pondered over his self-revealing identity for a while and were skeptical about it for the time being. However, Lao San did not believe it. After Chen-Shi pushed him back, Lao San immediately took out a pistol from his waist and roared at the others with a red face, *ck, you don't even know who this person is. How dare you let him in? After that, he rushed into the ward aggressively with a gun. In the ward, Qin Shuaching was lying on the bed with a pale face. Seeing his proud sister-in-law suddenly lying on the bed, Chen-Shi could not help but frown slightly. Just as he was about to approach the bed, Lao Sen rushed in with a gun. Stop right there. Raise. Get out. Before he could finish his words, Chen-Shi had already turned sideways and glared at him. Then he spat out a word coldly. Before Qin Shuaching reached the gang state, she could only let Chen-Shi do whatever he wanted to her, let alone Lao San, who had not even reached the peak strength stage. Therefore, Chen-Shi did not do anything. Lao San's chest suddenly felt like he was hit by a hammer. His whole body immediately flew out. Chen-Shi did not hurt him. After he flew out of the ward, he closed the door behind him. Lao San's companions outside the door quickly caught him and prevented him from falling to the ground. Seeing this, the companion who had just argued with Old Third could not help but blurt out, using qi to control objects, a great grandmaster in the gang state. Hearing this, the expressions of the people outside the door changed drastically. Gang state. So young. Is he really the brother-in-law of the section chief? That should be it. He looks a few years younger than me. I didn't expect him to already be a great grandmaster. A great grandmaster in the gang state was a legendary existence for people who had been practicing martial arts since childhood. Qin Shuaching had just broken through to the Alcade state and had not had time to stabilize her state, so she did not tell them that she had already stepped into the Alcade state. Old Third finally calmed down a lot after being hit by such a heavy blow. When he stood up again with the help of his companions, he didn't try to chase them away. Instead, he squeezed to the glass window and looked at the situation in the room. This was the Qingdu Military Region Spring City General Hospital. No matter how bold those Nanyang monkeys were, it was unlikely that they would come here to cause trouble. The reason why OL-3 stopped Chen-Shi from entering was because he was in a bad mood. He wanted to vent his anger on someone, but he did not expect to bump into an iron plate. At this time, Chen-Shi was already standing next to Qin Shuaching. He lifted a corner of Qin Shuaching's blanket and looked at her empty sleeve with a frown. Then, he gently placed his right hand on Qin Shuaching's forehead. 3 seconds later, Chen-Shi slowly withdrew his right hand, and Qin Shuaching slowly woke up. The section chief is awake. Damn. That's awesome. Let's go in and have a look. They pushed and shoved outside the door, but they found that they could not get in. The door seemed to be locked from the inside. Qin Shueqing's head shook left and right, followed by a painful groan. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Perhaps it was because the light was too dazzling, so Qin Shueqing frowned and took a while to adjust to it. Then, she slowly opened her eyes. After all, she was a great master in the gang state, and her body was much stronger than ordinary people. After a short period of adjustment, Qin Shueqing used her left hand to support herself to sit up. The ward was filled with the faint smell of disinfectant. This was the 13th floor, and the bright morning sun shone into the room through the window. In a trance, Qin Shueqing vaguely remembered that she had a very long dream. That dream was too long. So when she woke up, she felt as if she had gone from a cold winter full of snow to a warm spring full of the fragrance of flowers. Sensing that there was someone beside her, Qin Shueqing turned to look at the figure and was slightly stunned. After a long while, she asked in a hoarse voice, "Why are you here? Where is this?" "Spring City, Military Hospital." "Hospital?" Qin Shueqing muttered. Immediately after, she seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly turned her head to look at her right arm. Sure enough, the empty sleeve was swaying slightly. The memory before she fainted flashed in her mind like a slideshow. She remembered. She, who had already stepped into the gang state, was like a real god in front of those Nanyang monkeys, and they were forced to retreat. She even remembered the despair on those Nanyang people's faces. The leader of those Nanyang people was also a martial arts master. When she fought with them, they pretended to be defeated and lured her to chase after them. As a martial artist, Qin Shueqing had her own confidence and pride. So she subconsciously thought that every martial arts master should have their own pride. She really didn't expect that the other party had already arranged a sniper and was just waiting for her to take the bait. Qin Shueqing's hard work during this period of time was not wasted. Although Qin Shi didn't teach her any spells, after being shot, she still relied on her instincts and decisively released all of the true essence in her body to force the enemy back. She also fought for a chance of survival for herself, holding on until reinforcements arrived. She survived, and her broken arm was brought back by her companions. But unfortunately, she was shot in the upper arm, and the bullet immediately turned her upper arm into minced meat. With this degree of injury, there was no way to perform a limb replantation surgery, so the doctor could only amputate her arm. Now that she lost her right arm, she was considered a disabled person, right? Not to mention that she was also a martial arts master. Even if an ordinary person suddenly became disabled, they probably wouldn't be able to accept this fact in a short period of time. A one-armed knife, that was a scene that only appeared in movies and TV series. If a martial artist didn't even have a complete body, how could they talk about martial arts? Although she could defeat a normal neutralizing master with one hand, what if the other party was in the same realm as her? Thinking of this, Qin Shueqing's face couldn't help but darken. She seemed to have lost her luster. Because she had lost too much blood, her face was a little pale, and her lips were slightly chapped. It seemed that she didn't want Qin Shi to see her weak and helpless appearance. After a trace of pain flashed across Qin Shueqing's face, she acted as usual and said coldly, "You go back first. I want to rest for a while." After saying this, she lay back on the bed. Qin Shi stood to her left. After lying down, she found that Qin Shi was still looking at her, so she turned to her right. Her right arm was already missing. With her body pressed down, the wound suddenly burst open, and blood instantly seeped out of the gauze. Qin Shueqing let out a soft groan. Then, she used her left hand to grab the quilt and pull it up, covering her head with it. "I want to sleep. Please leave." Qin Shueqing hid under the quilt and said in a muffled voice. But at the same time, 2 streams of hot tears quietly fell from his eyes. She turned sideways, stretched her head forward, and tried to wipe the tears on her face with the quilt. She didn't want anyone to see her like this. She was Qin Shueqing, a martial arts great master who had stepped into the gang state before the age of 30. Chen Shi stood aside, quietly looking at his sister-in-law who was hiding under the quilt and quietly crying. He couldn't help but sigh slightly. After all, she was just a little woman. After sighing, Chen Shi made a new move. However, this move was a little rough, because he directly lifted Qin Shueqing's quilt. Qin Shueqing was lying on the bed. It seemed that she didn't expect that Qin Shi would dare to lift her quilt, so she was stunned on the spot. After the quilt fell to the ground, Qin Shueqing came to her senses. "What are you doing? Are you trying to mock me? Or are you pitying me?" She sat up and roared at Qin Shi, but there was still a trace of tears on her face that hadn't dried yet. Qin Shi didn't say anything. The two of them looked at each other silently. Qin Shueqing didn't see sarcasm or pity in Qin Shi's eyes, but calmness. It was as calm as a lake deep in the mountains, without any emotion. Qin Shi saw despair and pain in Qin Shueqing's eyes. This broken arm made her finally understand what despair was, after a long time. Qin Shi finally broke the silence. Chapter 151. Kill. Qin Shueqing was stunned. Suddenly, she remembered the scene she saw in the village. It was this harmless-looking man in front of her who used frost and snow as a sword and killed the legend of the village. Was he here to support her? Qin Shueqing stared blankly at Qin Shi. There were still traces of tears in the corners of her eyes. That pitiful look on her face made her look like a little woman who had just broken up with her boyfriend and was currently feeling extremely sad. Her weeping beauty and pitiful appearance gave Qin Shi a headache. After a slight cough, Qin Shi said in a low voice, "Let's go. I will avenge you." Qin Shueqing did not speak. She was stunned for a moment. Then, she suddenly curled up her legs. She sat on the bed and hugged her legs with her left hand. Then, she lowered her head and pressed it tightly against her knees. Qin Shueqing gritted her teeth and tried not to cry. However, Qin Shi's 5 senses detected the slight trembling of her shoulders and the faint sound of her sobbing. The blow of losing an arm was too heavy for a woman like her who had always been confident and conceited. Blowing the mud up to the clouds, raising the flesh and bones of the dead. In this sentence, the words raise and flesh were both methods of using. If translated in plain language, it should be making the dead stand up, making the bones grow flesh. Coming back from the dead, and making the bones grow flesh. This was the method of immortals. Wasn't it just a broken arm? Even if she was broken into 2 pieces, Qin Shi had a way to put her back together. However, after careful consideration, Qin Shi did not intend to tell Qin Shueqing that he had a way to save her now. Because his character was indeed flawed. As the saying goes, kindness is like water. Those who are too strong break easily, and those who are soft will never be defeated. Misfortune may be a blessing in disguise, and a blessing may be a curse in disguise. With the experience of losing her hand this time, it was not necessarily a bad thing to let this proud daughter of heaven have a taste of bitterness and temper her. Qin Shueqing hugged her legs in pain silently. Qin Shi was not in a hurry. He just stood silently by the bed and looked at her. After a while, Qin Shueqing gradually calmed down. She rested her head on her knees and carelessly rubbed it twice. Only then did she raise her head and look at Qin Shi with red eyes. She asked, "Did Big Sister tell you to come?" This woman's logical thinking seemed to be jumping around a bit. Qin Shi did not expect that she would ask such a question after crying for a while. Why did it sound like she was treating him as an outsider? If he asked himself honestly, he should have done a good job as a brother-in-law. After pondering for a moment, Qin Shi nodded and said softly, "Uncle Qin and Ying are very worried about you, so I came to check on you first." "What about you?" She did not understand what she wanted to say. But at this time, Qin Shuiqing had already turned her head and looked to the other side. She glanced at the closet next to her and then directly walked out of the bed. You go out first. I want to change my clothes. Okay, I'll wait for you outside. Seeing that she seemed to be much better, She did not waste any more time and directly walked out of the ward. Outside the ward, those people were still blocking the door and eavesdropping. When they saw Shi coming over, they scattered like birds and beasts. Shi opened the door. Those people were already sitting or standing in positions. There were a total of 4 men and 1 woman here. They were all Qin Shuiqing's subordinates. What did Qin Shuiqing do? She was a direct subordinate of the Wu Lian headquarters in Shangjing. She was the director of the Emergency Operations Management Office for Special Events. She was a section chief, so everyone called her Section Chief Qin. The Wu Lian was an administrative unit, so naturally, it used the administrative rank. Her position as a section chief did not seem high, but she had special rights. One of them was that it was not illegal to kill people. When the Wu Lian's department was on a mission in another country, they had the right to request the local police to cooperate with the operation. If the situation was special, they could even apply to the higher-ups for local armed police and military support. Qin Shuiqing's Emergency Management Office had 10 action teams under its jurisdiction. With Shangjing as the center, they were responsible for combating all martial artist-related criminal activities in North China. This time, the reason why she came to Spring City was because of the special mission. It was a group of martial artists who illegally came from Nanyang. They planned a shocking kidnapping in Zhonghai, which shocked the entire international Wu Lian. Their timing was very clever. After most of the people in the Zhonghai branch were transferred to Jinling for another mission, they began the operation and directly kidnapped 2 well-known business moguls in Zhonghai. The social impact of this operation was too great. The Zhonghai branch did not have enough time to transfer people from Jinling, so they had to send an emergency request to the headquarters. After the headquarters in Shangjing received the request, they immediately sent out reinforcements. Qin Shuiqing was one of the main people in charge of this rescue mission. After they set off from Shangjing and arrived in Zhonghai, they found that the group of Nanyang people had already gone deep into the hinterland of Wuxia. This group of people was also very brave. After they knew that the military would take over the sea and the air defense, they simply chose to travel by land. They crossed East China, Central China, and South China, planning to return to Nanyang from Guizhou. They had hostages in their hands. All of them were highly skilled in martial arts and were armed with heavy weapons. Due to various considerations, the local police did not dare to obstruct them. They set up checkpoints along the way, but they let them pass. From East China to the border of South China, it was more than 2,000 kilometers. This group of people only took 1 day and 1 night to complete the entire journey. This could already be considered a terrorist activity. In a fit of anger, the Wu Lian leader ordered the action team to set up layers of defense on the border of Guizhou with the Border Defense Army. Even if the hostages were hurt, it was absolutely impossible to let them leave Wuxia unscathed. Qin Shuiqing led the team to intercept them in Guizhou. After a short exchange with that group of people, they retreated after 1 strike and turned to jump into Shirwan Mountains. Shirwan Mountains was located in the southern part of Guizhou. It faced the sea and was adjacent to Yue Bay. The mountains were filled with towering trees, and there were few roads and few people. Qin Shuiqing originally thought that they would find an opportunity to cross the border from Shirwan Mountains and escape to Yue Bay, so she launched a search operation in Shirwan Mountains. She did not know that this group of people did not intend to leave through Shirwan Mountains at all. Instead, they turned again and went directly to Dianzhou. With the obstruction of Shirwan Mountains, they successfully shook off the Border Defense Army. However, the weakest under Qin Shuiqing's command was at the middle stage of concealing strength. How could she let them escape under her nose? Therefore, she immediately followed them and chased them all the way. Finally, on the border of Dianzhou, Qin Shuiqing stopped this group of people again. This time, the other party finally started a direct confrontation with them. Qin Shuiqing did not dare to use heavy weapons, but the other party was not polite at all. They carried rocket launchers on their shoulders and only fired them in places where there were many people. They seemed to be escaping from the beginning to the end, but in fact, all of the Wu Lian's actions were within the expectations of this group of people. Their destination was Dianzhou. After Qin Shuiqing was injured, the emergency department suddenly lost its backbone. Without the obstruction of the martial arts masters, this group of people rushed across the border. Chapter 152. The atmosphere outside the ward was a little awkward. Lao San leaned against the wall and squatted on the ground. No one knew what he was thinking about. The others were curiously sizing up Qin Shi. Qin Shuiqing had already woken up. It was not hard to tell from her reaction that this man was indeed related to her, so they could not be rude to him. Moreover, they dared not be rude to an Alcade Grandmaster. These people all had the usual arrogance of a martial artist. Perhaps it was because they rarely interacted with others, so although they felt a little awkward, none of them thought of standing up to talk to Qin Shi to ease the atmosphere a little. Seeing this, Qin Shi did not stay any longer. He turned and walked toward the elevator. Qin Shi didn't stop until she reached the corridor window directly across from the elevator. The sun was shining brightly outside the window. Even though he was a few streets away, he could still vaguely see the sparkling Dianqi Lake. Spring City was a second-tier city. In order to proactively develop, various policies have been tilted and construction sites were everywhere in the city. The city sped up its development, but it also lost some of its inexplicable charm. Qin Shuiqing moved quickly. In less than 2 minutes, she had changed and walked out. Qin Shuiqing was dressed casually. She wore a white knitted sweater under a brown windbreaker and a pair of light blue slim-fit jeans that showed off her perfect legs. She did not wear high heels. Instead, she wore a pair of white sneakers. Therefore, she looked like a little girl who had just graduated from university. When they saw Qin Shuiqing walk out of the ward, they quickly surrounded her. "Section Chief, where are you going?" Hearing this, Qin Shuiqing forced a smile and told them, "Wait for me here. I'll be back soon." "No, the doctor said that you need to rest more, that's right. You've just recovered from a serious illness. You should rest more." "Why are you going out?" "To buy things. Then we can run errands. Since we've already failed the quest, why don't we just relax in Spring City? The environment here is great, and it'll be good for your recovery." Although they were older than Qin Shuiqing, they seemed to respect her as their leader. Seeing this, Qin Shuiqing could only frown slightly, and then put on his official airs. "All right, you guys wait for me here. I'm going out with my brother-in-law. If the leader asks about me, just tell him that I'm still unconscious, that's all. I'll be back soon." After that, Qin Shuiqing turned around and walked towards Qin Shi. Since the leader had spoken, the few of them had no choice but to shut their mouths. So, they just foolishly watched her walk into the elevator with Qin Shi. In the elevator, Qin Shuiqing briefly explained the situation to Qin Shi. After hearing this, Qin Shi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Zhonghai Tycoon. Nanyang people. The two unlucky hostages were obviously Ning Zhonghua and Su Wei. Qin Shi really didn't expect that the whole thing was caused by him. But the strange thing was that he had already asked Ning Chudong to get the medicine to ransom them. But looking at the situation in front of him, the group of Nanyang people probably went back on their word and wanted to kidnap Ning Zhonghua and Su Wei back to Nanyang. That was why the Wu Lian chased after them. Qin Shuiqing was a little absent-minded. After the elevator door opened, she followed Qin Shi directly into the elevator. However, it wasn't until she walked out of the elevator that she realized, Qin Shi didn't press the button for the first floor, but the top floor. The top floor was the ICU ward. There weren't many patients or family members walking around here, so it was very quiet. "Why did you bring me here?" Qin Shi smiled and didn't say anything. After walking out of the elevator, he walked directly to the fire escape next to him, then followed the fire escape to the iron door on the rooftop. He gently touched it with his hand, and the iron door opened. Qin Shueqing was a little confused. But when she saw Qin Shi's mysterious look, she was a little angry. So, she didn't bother to ask any more questions. She directly followed Qin Shi to the rooftop. There was nothing special on the rooftop, only a row of central air conditioning systems. Qin Shueqing looked around, then frowned and asked, "What are you going to do?" Qin Shi stopped in his tracks. He turned around and glanced at Qin Shueqing, then said with a smile, "I'm going to take you flying." "What?" "I said, I'm going to take you flying." After saying that, Qin Shi directly stood on Qin Shueqing's right side, then gently put his hand on her waist. Qin Shueqing was stunned. When she came back to her senses, she wanted to scold Qin Shi. But Qin Shi had already taken her to the sky. The hospital below was getting smaller and smaller. In the blink of an eye, it had completely disappeared. The entire spring city had shrunk to the size of a palm. Where are those people? Qin Shueqing was a little confused. After hearing Qin Shi's question, she turned to look at Qin Shi in a daze. She had already seen how powerful her cheap brother-in-law was when she was in the village. But when she was really taken flying by Qin Shi, she still couldn't accept it. It was too shocking. There was no sense of weightlessness, and there was no sound of wind. This was because Qin Shi had wrapped her up with her true essence. Qin Shueqing was now considered an immortal cultivator, so she was very sensitive to the fluctuations of vital essence. Therefore, her current feelings were. Her whole body was wrapped in a velvet quilt. It was very comfortable and warm. She couldn't wait to sleep here. Because they didn't have a flying Dharma treasure, Qin Shi didn't want to take advantage of his sister-in-law, so he didn't directly carry her and fly. Instead, he chose an extremely clumsy method. And that was to directly inject his vital essence into Qin Shueqing's body. His sister-in-law was now considered an immortal cultivator, so after Qin Shi's vital essence entered her body, he could circulate the Dharma art without any hindrance. It seemed like he was flying with Qin Shueqing, but in fact, the two of them were flying separately. However, Qin Shueqing didn't know this. Feeling the constant warmth from Qin Shi's hand, she actually blushed for the first time. Because she was worried that Qin Shi would notice her strange behavior, Qin Shueqing quickly turned her head to look in another direction. She didn't even hear Qin Shi talking to her. "I'm asking you a question. Where are those people?" Qin Shi thought she was frightened, so he patiently asked twice. It wasn't until the third time that Qin Shueqing finally came back to her senses. She quickly answered, "Southwest, south of one mountain. It's about 180 kilometers away from Spring City, okay?" Qin Shi looked in the direction. After confirming that it was correct, he directly flew over with Qin Shueqing. Qin Shueqing secretly glanced at Qin Shi's side profile from the corner of her eye. Chapter 153. Wenshan County in Dianzhou was a very strange place. It was adjacent to North Vietnam, and the border smuggling industry had even formed a complete industrial chain. Each smuggler was 50 yuan, and the guide fee was 100 yuan. If they needed to apply for a visa, it was 200 yuan. Of course, this was without bargaining. After the smugglers paid the protection fee, they could even seek the protection of the local gangsters. If anything happened, they would come forward to solve it because the other party also had to build a brand reputation. Today, everything in Wenshan was in order. Therefore, many people didn't know what had happened here. More than 20 years ago, a major incident happened in Wenshan County's Pingyuan town. It could be said to be the largest anti-drug operation since the founding of the country. Compared to this incident, the incident in Yuezhou's Lufeng Boshi village paled in comparison. As for people like Dongbei's fourth master Qiao, Liaodong's Lu Yong, Shanqing's Wen Chang, and Chengdu's Lu Han, they couldn't be compared at all. The former was a gangster who could show off with a pistol, while the latter was a drug lord who had his head tied to his belt and could explode with a grenade at any time. After the anti-drug operation in Pingyuan, Wenshan became what it was today. However, it had always been the focus of the country's attention. The drug dealers weren't stupid. After the anti-drug operation ended, they had already moved to Maoping village, which was more than 100 kilometers south of Wenshan and only 2 kilometers away from the border. They usually lived in Maoping, and when they needed to work, they would smuggle to North Vietnam. They were born and raised in the local area. Every forest and every hillside couldn't be more familiar. This section of the border had no natural barriers. As long as they passed the boundary marker, they would be considered to have left the country. The border guards were also people. If they hadn't received the news in advance or happened to run into them, there was basically no way to stop these people. After leaving the country, they had no right to catch them. After returning to the country, they immediately became honest citizens. They also had no right to catch them. Qin Shueching was ambushed about 2 to 3 kilometers west of Maoping village. After the Wu Lian's investigation, they had already determined that the spy for the Nanyang people was an old drug dealer in Maoping village, Poison Dog. Poison Dog was his nickname more than 20 years ago. After Ping Yuan was swept away, Poison Dog changed his name to Old Dog and hid in Maoping village. He was the type of person who didn't have much courage and was usually very cautious. He knew that he was in the business of killing people, so he never hid or transported the drugs himself. He had always let his subordinates do it. Although his reputation was great, his business was very small, and his path was very stable. And this was the only reason why he was able to survive until now. Other than selling drugs and guns, Old Dog had a high status in the underworld, so he was very well informed both domestically and internationally. This also gave him a part-time job, which was being a broker. Old Dog had recently accepted a deal. A few Nanyang people wanted to buy information from him, saying that they wanted to go to Zhonghai and do something big. Going from Dianzhou to Zhonghai for kidnapping. Even going to the West Hills to kidnap the coal boss would be better than going to Zhonghai. Although Old Dog was surprised, he did not ask further due to his professionalism. Instead, he decisively provided the other party with some weapons and information. He thought that this group of Nanyang people would definitely not return, so he didn't pay much attention to them. However, the development of the situation was somewhat beyond Old Dog's expectations. That day, the sound of gunfire shook the entire mountain range. It was as if there was a war going on. Those Nanyang people were not drug dealers, they were terrorists. The gunfire did not last long before the Nanyang people all fled into North Vietnam. The border guards could not pursue them anymore, so they started a cleanup operation. If Old Dog had not been smart enough to hide all his belongings in North Vietnam, he would have been like those unlucky people and could only put up a desperate fight. After such a big incident, Old Dog decided to close down his business. He planned to stay in Maoping village until the new year was over. On this day, the sky was blue and the clouds were white. The sun was shining brightly. Old Dog was lying on a rocking chair in the yard, basking in the sun. He was in a good mood. However, when he saw a young man and a young woman walk into the yard, Old Dog's mood immediately changed. Their handsome and fashionable appearance made it obvious that they were from a big city. The two of them were empty-handed and did not carry any weapons. However, Old Dog looked at them and immediately raised his hands. He smiled and said, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Yes, Old Dog was also a covert Jing expert. He did not even know when these two people came. Raising his hands and surrendering was the best choice. Qin Shuiqing sized Old Dog up. The man's real age should be in his 40s. He was wearing a Chinese tunic suit from the 70s or 80s. His skin was rough and yellow, full of wrinkles, and his body was very thin. He looked like a little old man in his 60s. If he was holding a tobacco pipe, he would really look like an ordinary old man in the mountains. Where are those Nanyang people? Old Dog had not seen such a beautiful girl in a long time. He could not help but take a few more glances at Qin Shuiqing. However, when he saw Qin Shuiqing's empty right hand under her windbreaker, his expression changed slightly. "I'm not sure, then I'll ask again. Where are those Nanyang people?" Old Dog's expression was uncertain. After hesitating for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "North Vietnam, Shan Luo." There were two kinds of people that Qin Shi had to kill. One was human traffickers, and the other was drug traffickers. The former was inhumane, while the latter was inhumane. However, they needed a guide, so they could only let him live for now. Qin Shuiqing turned around and looked at Qin Shi. After seeing Qin Shi nod slightly, she said to Old Dog, "Get up and lead the way." Old Dog was shocked when he heard that. He said, "You're going to North Vietnam? Illegally? Stop pretending. Do you think I won't kill you right now?" "Don't, I'll take you." Old Dog was very tactful. After all, it was his instinct to take advantage of the situation. Shan Luo was a province in the northwest of North Vietnam. It shared a border with Laos. Although it was a province, its size was equivalent to that of a county in Wuxia. North Vietnam was poor, but Shan Luo was the poorest province in North Vietnam. There was basically no industry here, and agriculture was Shan Luo's economic lifeline. Because of this poverty, poppies had become a traditional local plant. Although the North Vietnam government had been cracking down on the drug trade, it was difficult to manage such a remote mountainous area, so they could only turn a blind eye. After crossing the border, Old Dog found an off-road vehicle and drove the two of them straight to Shan Luo. The so-called Nanyang referred to the entire Southeast Asia, including Malaysia, Indonesia, and other regions. Those Nanyang people did not belong to the same country, so they should be some kind of organization. Qin Shuiqing asked Old Dog on the way, but Old Dog insisted that he did not know. From the looks of it, he seemed to be very afraid of something. It was only 100 kilometers from Maoping village to Shan Luo. Old Dog often came here to buy goods, so he was familiar with the road. When the car drove into a small village, Old Dog stopped and pointed at a temple in front of them. He said, "It's there, a temple." Qin Shuiqing looked at the believers coming and going at the entrance of the temple. She could not help but look at Old Dog in surprise. Seeing this, Old Dog immediately explained with a bitter face, "The temple is just a cover. The biggest drug market in North Vietnam is inside. Leader, I'll be your informant. Don't expose me, or else I'll be dead." "Okay, then wait for us here." Qin Shuiqing got out of the off-road vehicle in high spirits, then walked directly to the temple in front of them. Perhaps it was because Qin Shi was next to her, so when Qin Shuiqing walked to the temple, she was not worried at all. Instead, she felt a little excited. It was a feeling that Qin Wanqing had never experienced before, that she had someone backing her up. It was very exciting, however. She did not notice it at all. She was like a child who was bullied outside, and now she came back with her parents to get back at them. Chapter 154. Nanyang did not seem big, but it was one of the more densely populated areas in the world. There were many immigrants here, and because it was once a colony, the locals had many different beliefs, such as Buddhism, Catholicism, Christianity, and Judaism. Among them, most of them believed in Buddhism. Unlike Wuxia's Mahayana Buddhism, Hinayana Buddhism was more popular in Nanyang. The difference between the two was that Mahayana Buddhism promoted the salvation of others and oneself, while Hinayana Buddhism promoted self-indulgence. If one had to describe it, one could say that one was a bus, while the other was a motorcycle. Hinayana Buddhism was a derogatory term for Mahayana Buddhism. In fact, Hinayana Buddhism's followers did not agree with this term. They called themselves Southern Theravada Buddhism. The Nanyang region mainly believed in Hinayana Buddhism, so the temples were very different from those in Wuxia. Wuxia's temples were mostly palatial, majestic, and solemn. Nanyang's temples, on the other hand, were mostly standalone. They were relatively small, with a Buddhist hall and a Buddhist pagoda, surrounded by scattered monks' residences or places for rest and study. Mahayana Buddhism's temples had many statues of Buddhas, bodhisattvas, and all kinds of protectors. However, Hinayana Buddhism's temples only had one statue. Shanlua was too poor, so most of the villagers here wore coarse linen clothes. Therefore, when a young woman like Qin Shuiqing appeared in a trench coat and jeans, she immediately attracted a lot of attention. Nanyang was tropical and had a tropical monsoon climate. Most of the people here had light brown, or even dark brown skin. Qin Shuiqing's skin was fair and beautiful. Compared to them, she immediately looked like a fairy who had descended from the heavens. After hearing old dogs say that this was where the Nanyang people were hiding, Qin Shuiqing immediately walked towards the temple. Her sister-in-law seemed to have a bad temper and was not easy to get along with, but in fact, she had never even killed a chicken before. Although she had a license to kill, she had always controlled herself when she was on missions. Once the enemy lost the ability to resist, she would immediately stop. However, being friendly to others did not mean that others would be friendly to her. That shot had completely angered Qin Shuiqing. As a result, her wound had not even healed, and she was still in an extremely weak state. When she heard that Qin Shi was going to avenge her, she immediately followed him. If she was not as skilled as him, it would be fine. However, the other party arranged for a sniper to ambush, and almost take her life. Although her life was saved, her right hand. So she had to take revenge. After seeing Qin Wanqing get out of the car and leave, Qin Shi also opened the door for her. Before leaving, Qin Shi smiled and said to the old dog, "Let me give you a piece of advice. You better stay here and wait for us to come back." Then, he followed Qin Shuiqing. After the two of them left, the old dog spat out the window, hesitating whether to drive away now. However, of course of the world's Qin. This young man was not simple. Even if he ran away now, he could only run away as a monk, but not as a temple. Unless he never returned to Wuxia. His wife and children were still in Wuxia. How could he not go back? This was indeed a temple. It looked a little ordinary. After entering the main hall, the first thing that came into view was a golden statue of Buddha. A monk was meditating by the side. When he saw Qin Shuiqing, he said a few words. Qin Shuiqing did not understand. She frowned and tried to say, "I'm looking for someone." The monk was stunned. Then he said in awkward Chinese, "Who are you looking for?" Qin Shuiqing was about to speak. But at this moment, she saw a figure walking out from behind the Buddha statue. It was a dark and thin man. He was about 30 years old. His skin was dark, and he wore a coarse short coat. The muscles on his arms were exposed. Qin Shuiqing was indeed too eye-catching. So the dark and thin man saw her at first sight. The dark and thin man was stunned for a moment. Then he reached for his waist. I'm looking for him. The moment she saw the dark skinny man, Qin Wanqing's expression couldn't help but turn cold. After saying that, she seemed to have turned into a white crane and flew toward the man in an instant. The dark skinny man's reaction was also very fast. Just as Qin Wanqing pounced on him, he had already taken out a pistol from his waist. Who knew how much blood these people had on their hands, so they didn't hesitate at all when they fired. He aimed the gun at Qin Shueqing and wanted to pull the trigger. However, after he pulled the trigger with his index finger, the trigger did not move. It was as if it was stuck. Because this time, her brother-in-law was standing behind her sister-in-law. After all, she had just recovered from a serious injury. Her skills were not as good as before. What if she was not careful and got shot again? The dark and thin man reacted quickly. When he saw that the trigger could not be pulled, he turned around and wanted to run. But at this time, Qin Shueqing had already rushed in front of him. She raised her left hand and grabbed his neck. Then she pressed him against the wall. Because she used too much force, the dark and thin man's eyes rolled back. With Qin Shueqing's character and habits, it was absolutely impossible for her to have any close contact with such a rough and stinky man. But now she was angry, so she did not care about anything. She grabbed the dark and thin man by the neck and lifted him up. Then she asked coldly, "Where is the Wuxia that you kidnapped?" All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The monk next to them was an ordinary person. After being stunned for a moment, the monk was frightened by the scene in front of him. He ran toward the back of the temple. She looked at the back of the monk and did not choose to stop him. Instead, he went behind Qin Shueqing and asked casually, "Are you sure that he can understand Chinese?" Qin Shueqing could not help but be angry when she heard this. She was completely angry now, so she did not care about anything else. Her left hand tightened again, and the dark and thin man immediately rolled his eyes. "Speak. Where is the Wuxia that you kidnapped?" "That's enough. He is about to be strangled to death." She was speechless. He patted her shoulder. Then, she walked to the dark skinny man's side and took the gun from his hand. Bang! 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 The crisp sound of a gunshot rang out in the main hall, startling a flock of birds. The peace of the small village was broken by the sudden gunshot. The moment the villagers heard the gunshot, they all ran back to their homes. In a short while, there was not a single person on the dirt road in the village. "What are you doing?" After the gunshot rang out, Qin Shueqing immediately let go of her hand. The dark and thin man fell to the ground and wailed in pain. She fired 3 shots. One was aimed at the sky, while the other 2 were aimed at the dark and thin man's thighs. She looked at Qin in surprise. Qin smiled and played with the gun in his hand. This was an M1911 .45 caliber. There were many scratches on the gun, and it looked a little old. It was probably an antique left behind from the Vietnam War. Her sister-in-law was a civil servant, so no matter how angry she was still bound by the rules of a civil servant. Therefore, when Qin fired the gun, her sister-in-law seemed to be unable to accept it. That was because she had not changed her mind. This was not Wuxia. The person in front of her was not a kind person. This was a drug lord, a level higher than a drug dealer. Drug dealers could also be forced to take the risk to engage in this line of work. However, drug lords were the source of all evil. For the sake of profit, they had sold their souls to the devil. Qin Shueqing instinctively wanted to be merciful. However, she had never thought about what kind of experience it would be if she fell into their hands. The drug production in Nanyang accounted for almost 70% of the world's drug production. Thinking about those anti-narcotics police officers who died in the battle, it would not be enough to drag this group of crazy drug lords out and shoot them 10,000 times. talking about humanity with them. First of all, they had to have humanity. Chen Shi handed the gun to Qin Shueqing, then patted her shoulder as encouragement. Okay, you're here to find trouble, not to drink and chat with them. Instead of letting you find them, let them find you. Chapter 155. Play the arrow with full health, then fight the boss with low health. First, the small ones, then the big ones, and finally the boss. That was a scene only seen in movies and TV shows. Instead of fighting the small monsters all the way, Chen Shi preferred to ask, who else? Qin Shueqing seemed to be in a daze. Chen Shi smiled and did not explain further. After about a minute, there was a rush of footsteps from the back of the hall. The two turned around and saw a group of Nanyang people with various weapons suddenly rushing into the hall. There were at least 15 or 16 people in front of them. Most of the people here could be said to be short and vigorous. Some were holding pistols, some were holding submachine guns, and some were even holding AK-47s. There were 2 old pagoda trees in front of the temple. They were estimated to have lived for hundreds of years. The lush leaves blocked most of the sunlight and made the hall look a little dim. There were 3 categories of countries in the world: developed countries, developing China, and least developed countries. Vietnam was originally at the bottom of the list, but the economic situation had improved significantly in recent years, so it jumped from the least developed country to developing China. Although it became developing China, there was a clear difference between Vietnam and Wuxia. Vietnam today was equivalent to Wuxia in the 80s and 90s. It was a critical time to go from chaos to order. Vietnam banned guns, but because there was a long anti-colonial struggle in this place, there were a lot of weapons. Although the Vietnam government tried to confiscate them, the effect was limited. Most of the guns smuggled in Wuxia came from this place. Since they were smuggling arms, it was easy to guess the firearms in the hands of the drug lords. The existence of drug lords, who were anti-human, was a cancer to society. It was not that Qin Shi was exaggerating, but if he pulled out all of these people and shot them, it was impossible to kill by mistake. Qin Shi's marksmanship was very good, and the previous 2 shots were penetrating wounds. The bullets did not hit the bone or artery, but went directly through the thigh. Penetrating wounds were easy to treat, but the prerequisite was that the bleeding had to be stopped in time. Otherwise, excessive blood loss would lead to shock or even death. The group of people swarmed into the hall like a swarm of bees. After glancing at their companions who were still wailing on the ground, they all pointed their guns at Qin Shi and Qin Shueqing. However, what made Qin Shi a little surprised was that among this group of Nanyang people, there was clearly a foreigner with a different style: Chinese. Chinese and Nanyang people still had obvious differences in appearance, so they could be distinguished at a glance. The Chinese man didn't carry any weapons, but from his position, it wasn't hard to tell that he held a high position among the Nanyang people. "What are you 2 doing here?" He looked to be in his 30s. His skin was yellowish, but he did not have the tan that was commonly seen on Nanyang people. His companion on the ground was still wailing and bleeding, but he chose to ignore it. Instead, he looked at Qin Shueqing with interest. 2 long legs stretched tight by a pair of slim jeans, a perky chest under a white knitted sweater, fair and tender skin, and exquisite facial features that seemed to be made by nature. They were used to seeing rural women in the small valleys of Nanyang. Suddenly, such a stunning beauty popped up. These people really wanted to stare their eyes out. Qin Shueqing had never been pointed at by so many people in her life, so she subconsciously frowned. No matter how powerful a martial arts master was, he was still a mortal. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't outrun bullets. No matter how strong his muscles were, he couldn't withstand a round of bullets. She had always been the one leading people with guns. Now that her position had changed, she was really not used to it. Was she afraid? She wasn't afraid that it was fake. However, when she thought of her cheap brother-in-law behind her, Qin Shuiqing suddenly became very confident. International Wu Lian Headquarters Emergency Management Office in Beijing. We're here today to look for 2 kidnapped Wuxia people. We hope that you will cooperate with the investigation. The Chinese man was stunned for a moment. Then, he used Nanyang language to translate Qin Shuiqing's words. Just as he finished translating, his companions beside him started laughing out loud. This Chinese man was Bai Rongqing. His grandfather immigrated to Nanyang and his family never left. There were many Chinese in Nanyang. They were the largest group of Chinese overseas and were also the most economically successful group. If the Jews controlled the economy of the United States, then the Chinese in Nanyang controlled the entire economy of Nanyang. Of course, this was a slightly exaggerated statement, but it was very intuitive. The Chinese in Nanyang were intelligent, hardworking, and thrifty. After they established themselves in Nanyang, they immediately worked hard to improve their social status. Bai Rongqing's father was not satisfied with the status quo, so he started the drug business. They could be considered drug lords, but they could also be considered not. Because they were just middlemen who were responsible for pulling strings. For example, after a boss of a gang in Hong Kong was killed or arrested, the first thing the new boss would do was to visit the middleman in Nanyang. Production and sales were important links that could not be separated. The big drug lords were closely watched by Interpol and generally did not leave their territory easily. At this time, the middlemen needed to step in. In recent years, many countries around the world had increased their efforts to crack down on drug trafficking, but the global drug trade did not decrease. Instead, it increased by more and more. Why? It was all because of the middlemen. They could be said to be omnipresent middlemen. Money or guns? Choose one. Either cooperate or your whole family dies. The group of people led by Bai Rongqing spoke in English. Qin Shuiqing could not understand. However, how could she not understand their wretched expressions and obscene actions? Her sister-in-law was so angry that her face turned red. However, the black barrel in front of her made her quite wary. Seeing this, Chen Shi took a step forward. The hall was filled with laughter, and the atmosphere seemed relaxed. However, in reality, the 2 sides were at daggers drawn. After Chen Shi took a step forward, Bai Rongqing's face suddenly froze. His companions next to him also pointed their guns at Chen Shi. Then, Chen Shi suddenly opened his arms. Then, he leaned forward slightly and pressed both of his arms forward. The true essence around his body suddenly erupted like a tsunami, surging and surging violently. There was no sound, only a series of exclamations. This group of armed thugs was like a bowling ball that had been knocked over. They were instantly thrown off their feet. However, their reaction was also extremely fast. Although they were dizzy and their blood was surging. After this group of thugs fell to the ground, their first reaction was not to get up, but to lie on the ground, raise their guns, and pull the trigger. There was a series of fierce gunshots in the hall. The bullets swept the wooden door, and suddenly a cloud of wood chips exploded. Old Dog was sitting in the off-road vehicle. He could hear the fierce gunshots coming from the temple from afar. With his experience, he could even tell which model the gunshots belonged to. Sigh, they're asking for it. After sighing pretentiously, Old Dog leisurely lit a cigarette, intending to finish it before setting off. The gunshot sounded for about half a minute. Then, the gunshot stopped abruptly. In the temple, Bai Rongqing sat on the ground, looking at everything in front of him in a daze. The originally solemn Buddhist hall had been dyed a different shade of crimson by the fresh blood. The wooden floor was also covered in blood. Other than the blood stains on the walls and doorposts, there was also some minced meat stuck to them. The minced meat and fresh blood mixed together, constantly emitting a strong fishy smell. This purgatory-like scene made Qin Shuiqing very uncomfortable. She quickly covered her mouth and ran out of the temple. The blood had already dyed Bai Rongqing red, but there was not a single wound on his body. What happened just now? Bai Rongqing's mind was a mess. Blood flowed down from the corner of his eyes, and his ears were buzzing. He only remembered, the young man in front of him suddenly waved his arms. Then, his men opened fire. But the target of their shots, it was not the young man in front of him, but the teammates next to him. More than 10 people suddenly picked up guns and shot at each other, resulting in this scene of purgatory on earth. Chen Shi calmly looked at Bai Rongqing and suddenly asked, "Can we have a good chat now?" After hearing his voice, Bai Rongqing could not help but tremble. Chapter 156. Nanyang was different from Wuxia. Wuxia's mysterious power came from the necromancers, and it had a bit of the style of an immortal. The necromancers were righteous, and Nanyang was evil. Nanyang was tropical, with lush vegetation, poisonous snakes, and insects. After animals died, they were prone to rot and maggots. But it was such a sunny place that gave birth to the 3 most evil sorcery in the world: voodoo, black magic, and black magic. Every one of them was filthy and evil. Zhang Jia's youngest son, Zhang Hongyuan, learned black magic in Nanyang, and then used it on his father, causing his father to suffer from illness and pain. Bai Rongqing had seen these mysterious powers. But no matter how powerful the voodoo was, it was impossible to instantly control people's minds and make them kill each other. Although he had participated in warlord wars and was used to the battlefield where limbs were flying everywhere, Bai Rongqing was just an ordinary person after all. So when he saw the scene in front of him, he was immediately scared out of his wits. More than a dozen brothers who spent time with him suddenly pulled out guns and fought, and died tragically around him. Such a strange scene could only be described with the word ghost. Looking at Bai Rongqing's sorry state, Chen Shi couldn't help but glance at him with some disgust, then frowned and asked, "Tell me, where are the 2 Wuxia people? Who is the mastermind behind their kidnapping?" Bai Rongqing was stunned for a moment, then immediately shouted in panic, "Meimin. It has nothing to do with me. Ba Cha, it was Ba Cha who did it." "What do you mean? Speak clearly." His tone was very panicked, and his Mandarin was not very standard, so Chen Shi didn't understand for a while. "I was only responsible for providing support. It was Ba Cha who ordered it, he's in Meimin. Those 2 Wuxia people have been brought back to Meimin by him." This time, Chen Shi finally understood. Meimin should be a place. Ba Cha was the mastermind of this series of events. Since he was in charge of providing support, the person who arranged for the sniper was definitely the one in front of him. Thinking of this, Chen Shi turned his head to look outside the hall, but Qin Shuiqing had long since disappeared. It was probably because he had never seen such a bloody scene before, so he felt a little nauseous. "Forget it, remember to be a good person in your next life and accumulate more good karma." Hearing this, Bai Rongqing's expression suddenly changed. He thought that Qin Shi was going to kill him, so he quickly knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing, begging for mercy, "Don't kill me. None of my business. I am also from Wuxia. Don't kill me." Chen Shi didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, she turned around and walked out of the hall. Looking at his back as he left, Bai Rongqing thought that his begging had worked, so he was so excited that he wanted to stand up. However, at this moment, Chen Shi, who had already walked out of the hall, suddenly snapped his fingers. A flame suddenly jumped out from his fingertips. Then, the flame was like a dandelion, slowly floating on top of the blood in the hole. Like a spark on oil, the blood on the ground did not seem to be blood, but gasoline. The raging fire engulfed Bai Rongqing in an instant. Outside the hall, when Old Dog saw Qin Shuiqing walk out of the hall safe and sound, he could not help but widen his eyes. When he saw Qin Shi walk out of the hall, his face suddenly looked as if he had seen a ghost. The gunshots were so intense just now, could it be that they were shooting? Qin Shi waved in Old Dog's direction, and Old Dog immediately started the car and anxiously drove in front of the two of them. While the two of them were in the car, Old Dog secretly glanced at the hall. Then, he could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, and cold sweat appeared on his face. Go to Mayman. Ah. Old Dog had not recovered from the shock, and when he heard Qin Shi say it again, he said with a panicked expression, Mayman. Golden Triangle. Hearing this, Qin Shi raised his eyebrows and could not help but chuckle. Golden Triangle. Let's go, let's take a look. It had to be said that the Old Dog was also very powerful. After entering Laos, he contacted a helicopter and directly flew Qin Shi and Qin Shuiqing to the Golden Triangle. This place was inaccessible and mountainous. Most of the areas were more than 3,000 meters above sea level, and the roads were all small roads, so they had to rely on horses and mules to transport drugs. Now that they had money, helicopters naturally became the most popular item for drug traffickers. 20 years ago, Kun Sa ruled the world here, but after Kun Sa's death, this place returned to its previous state of fragmentation, similar to the three kingdoms of Qin and Han. Wuxia is a drug trafficker who suddenly rose to prominence in the past 10 years, and his group of people are not afraid to fight. In terms of strength, he is below average, but in terms of terror, he is definitely in the top 3. At this rate, I think he will become the second Kun Sa. Seeing that Bai Rongqing was easily taken care of by them, Old Dog was finally willing to open his mouth. Whatever Qin Shi asked, he answered honestly, and did not dare to be hazy at all. After flying for almost 40 minutes, a small village appeared in Qin Shi's field of vision. This was a very backward village, and the style of the houses were all wooden high houses unique to Nanyang. A few children ran around the village from time to time, and it was a peaceful scene. The helicopter landed in the open space outside the village, but the children seemed to be used to it, and did not even gather around to look at it. Qin Shuiqing got off the helicopter and saw a sea of red flowers. It was a sea of poppies, and they were as red as blood. They were delicate and beautiful, but they were full of murderous intent. Mayman is Botch's nest, and there are anti-aircraft guns there. Planes cannot get close, or they will shoot them down, so we have to ride horses there. Old Dog gave a few simple instructions to a villager, and the villager pulled 3 horses from the stable. The 3 of them rode their horses slowly along the small path, just like tourists who had come here for a vacation. After walking for about an hour, the Old Dog finally stopped. He pointed at the winding path in front of them, and said with a smile, "Leader, we're here. After going over the hill in front, we will be in Botch's territory. There are sentries on the mountain, so I won't send you there." After that, Old Dog wanted to turn his horse around and return to the village. "Stop." Qin Shi stopped him. At this time, Qin Shuiqing also turned to look at Qin Shi. They came here not only for revenge, but also to save people. If it was only for revenge, they only needed to sneak in, kill, and run. But if they wanted to save people, they had to think about it carefully. After all, the hostages were just ordinary people, and a bullet could kill them. Qin Shuiqing had already thought of a few plans in an instant. But after thinking about it, she changed her habit and did not immediately say her opinion, but silently waited for Qin Shi to make the final decision. Everything was up to him. Assassination. Or a trick. Qin Shi thought about it for a while, and then made a decision. "Like I said, stay here and wait for us to come back." After glancing at Old Dog, Qin Shi turned to Qin Shuiqing and said, "Let's go, I want to see how poisonous and powerful that drug lord is." "Okay." After hearing his bold declaration, Qin Shuiqing immediately nodded excitedly. Chapter 157. This was a place where poppies bloomed, and where drugs were rampant and evil were bred. In people's impression, this place represented darkness. However, after experiencing it for themselves, people realized that this place was so beautiful and sunny. If they didn't know that they were poppies, they would only think that it was a sea of flowers more beautiful than roses, delicate and dazzling. The tropical monsoon climate made the vegetation and trees here particularly lush. The entire mountain was basically covered with green shade, and it was a beautiful scenery that belonged to nature. Even the spirit of heaven and earth was far better than the Qinling Mountains, and this place was actually a paradise. Just from looking at the scenery, it seemed that this place was completely unrelated to darkness, drugs, and murder. It was 3:30 in the afternoon in Shangjing, and the sun was particularly bright in Meimen. The sentry post was a wooden tower that was about 4 meters tall. On the left and right, there was a Nanyang soldier with a gun on guard. It was not right to say that they were soldiers, because they were actually a group of militiamen who had not undergone military training. The fierceness in their bones was enough to run rampant. The two militiamen lazily leaned on the sentry post's railing. At this time, there was suddenly a faint sound of horse hooves in front of them. When the two horses were only about 30 meters away from the sentry post, the sentries suddenly came back to their senses. After greeting each other, they leaned out. There were 2 horses, with a man and a woman sitting on each of them. Looking at the bright clothes and fashionable clothes, it was as if they were tourists who had mistakenly entered this place. But this was the core area of the Golden Triangle, how could there be tourists? The sentry on the left was rather alert and immediately aimed his gun at the 2 of them. Then, he started mumbling something that no one knew what to say. Perhaps seeing that they had no weapons on them, the 2 sentry did not immediately shoot. The horse went straight to the wooden door in the middle of the 2 sentry posts. At this time, the sentry finally saw the appearance of the 2 people. Beauty knew no boundaries. After seeing the woman's appearance, one of the sentries couldn't help but whistle. Then, he stuck his head out and mumbled something that no one knew what he was talking about. Qin Shuiqing glanced at Qin Shi and suddenly asked, "You left, I right?" "Up to you." "All right." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shuiqing suddenly jumped up from the back of the horse. She jumped 3 or 4 meters high. Like a swallow returning to its nest, she leaped into the sentry's basket. The one on the left should be a veteran, so when he saw Qin Shuiqing suddenly jump from the back of the horse, he immediately reacted and quickly pointed his gun at Qin Shuiqing. But at this time, Qin Shi picked up a leaf and suddenly threw it at the sentinel on the left. The green leaf instantly turned into a deadly blade and pierced through the guard's throat, leaving a long trail of blood in the air. Only brain damage could lead to immediate death, so the sentinel did not die immediately. He widened his eyes and hurriedly dropped the gun. He used both hands to tightly grip his neck, trying to press down on the wound. But how could the wound on the aorta be pressed with the hand? All of this happened in a flash. Even when Qin Shuiqing jumped in front of him, the sentinel on the right still had not recovered. He stared blankly at the beautiful woman in front of him. Then his eyes suddenly turned black, and he completely said goodbye to this world. Qin Shuiqing smashed the top of his head with her palm. After taking care of the sentinel on the right, Qin Shuiqing jumped down from the basket and gently landed on the back of the horse. This was the first time she killed someone. But strangely, Qin Shuiqing did not feel any discomfort. She felt as if she had just casually killed a fly, so she did not feel guilty at all. When Qin Shi saw her like this, he knew that she might be thinking about life again, so he immediately interrupted her thoughts and said with a smile, "You have to remember one thing, anyone who points a gun at you, regardless of gender or age, deserves to die." Because he was afraid that she did not understand, Qin Shi added, "When a normal person gets a gun, their first reaction is to hesitate. So those who get a gun and are ready to shoot must have killed before or are mentally prepared to kill. If you hesitate, then after he pulls the trigger, the one who will die will be you." Qin Shuiqing frowned and thought for a while. Then she said with some discomfort, "I understand." After saying that, she clamped her legs together and rode forward on her horse. Seeing this, Chen Shi could only helplessly shrug. He guessed that his sister-in-law did not listen to him. It was about good and evil, killing and forgiveness. Chen Shi actually agreed with this saying, "Forgiving them is God's business. I am only responsible for sending them to see God." Mayman's territory was very large. After passing the sentry post, the two saw large areas of poppy fields. Just like the rape fields next to the highway. When spring came, there was an endless sea of golden flowers on both sides of the highway. But here, the rape flowers turned into poppy flowers. The sea of golden flowers also turned into an endless sea of blood-red flowers. The two rode on the horse and walked on the dirt path in the field. Most of the flower farmers were women. When they saw them, they all stopped what they were doing and stood up to look at the two strangers who came out of nowhere. Now that everything was humanized, the treatment of flower farmers was much better than before. In the past, if they did not work for drug lords, they would have their hands and feet chopped off or even their lives. Times had changed. Now, drug lords would give generous wages, so more and more flower farmers were attracted to work for them. In the off-season, flower farmers could even go down the mountain to the city to buy. For flower farmers, this was just a job to support their families. Qin Shuiqing was a little surprised by the lax security here. Except for the two sentry posts, there was not a single soldier in sight. She did not know that now was not 20 years ago. The weapons and equipment of drug lords had been upgraded long ago. The rich ones even rented satellites to keep an eye on the troop movements of the surrounding countries. Even without satellites, radar was a necessary item. So the function of the sentry post was more like announcing the ownership of this territory to the outside world. Most people would not go to the nest of drug lords for no reason. After all, trespassing into a military base would at most be expelled, but trespassing into a drug lord's territory would cost one's life. Mayman was like a small town. There were several villages around the town, and the villages were surrounded by a sea of flowers. The two walked for a while. After passing through a sea of flowers, the terrain suddenly opened up, and the reinforced concrete building finally appeared in front of them. In front of them was the legendary town of Mayman. Qin Shuiqing curiously looked at the layout of the town and found that the place was completely arranged according to the plan of a military base. In the center of the base, there were two missile launchers, and several cannons were arranged on the roof next to them. A little further ahead, there was a helipad full of armed helicopters. On the right side of the town, there was a training ground, where hundreds of armed soldiers were being trained. Except for the lack of an airport runway, there was really everything here. This, Qin Shuiqing was a little stunned. Because her impression of drug lords was still in the movies. However, what she did not know was that the movies were all about the drug lords of Kun Sa's time. Decades had passed, and even Wuxia's aircraft carrier had been launched. If the drug lords had not been upgraded, they would have been wiped out by the government long ago. How about, we go back and think about it? It was true that her sister-in-law was arrogant, but she was definitely not stupid. No wonder the government had not shouted the slogan of encirclement and suppression of the Golden Triangle in recent years. It was because the fight would be terrible. In the past, the soldiers rushed with guns. 2 heavy machine guns could kill a regiment, and they could not take a step forward. Chapter 158. Looking at the modern military base in front of her, Qin Shuiqing had some thoughts of retreating. But when Chen Shi heard her words, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He first glanced at Qin Shuiqing's right arm, then asked with a faint smile, "Do you still remember why you're here?" Qin Shuiqing was stunned. After looking down at her right arm unnaturally, she said hesitantly, "Are you really that confident?" "I'm above the heavens." When he said this, Qin Shuiqing couldn't help but look at Qin Shi. Her almond-shaped eyes widened, as if she was very surprised. Seeing this, Qin Shi couldn't help but ask, "What? Is it strange?" Qin Shuiqing realized that she had lost her composure, so she quickly shook her head and sighed, "You should be above the heavens, that's good. Go, I'm in a hurry. I have to go back to Shangjing later." "Okay." Perhaps she was infected by Qin Shi's strong confidence. Qin Shuiqing nodded heavily and didn't say anything else. She jumped off the horse and walked directly to the base in front of them. Qin Shi rarely rode a horse, so naturally, he wanted to ride to his heart's content. So he leisurely followed behind his sister-in-law to the base. If Nian was here, she would have already clamored to ride a big horse. The base didn't have a wall. It was surrounded by a circle of barbed wire, and the so-called gate was only a railing that could be raised. The strange behavior of the two had already attracted the attention of the sentinels. However, their attire made the sentinels think that they were customers who came to buy drugs, so they didn't suspect anything. Therefore, when Qin Shuiqing approached the gate, a soldier came out from the side of the sentry post, and then he started talking. Qin Shuiqing didn't look at the soldier. Instead, he looked at an empty space not far behind the soldier. There were a lot of wooden stakes there, and a few of them had people tied to them, just like the crucified Jesus. These people were full of scars, and they hung on the stakes motionlessly. No one knew whether they were dead or alive. She took a closer look, and after confirming that those people were not Wuxia's people, she could not help but let out a sigh of relief. If the hostages were to die here, the reputation of the Shangjing Emergency Department would be completely lost. Seeing that Qin Shuiqing didn't reply, the soldier was a little angry, so he wanted to come up to her and take her back for questioning. Just as he reached out to grab Qin Shuiqing's left arm, Qin Shuiqing made the first move and directly grabbed the soldier's neck. Gotcha! Qin Shuiqing exerted a little force with her slender fingers, and the unlucky guy's neck was broken. She wasn't a helpless flower vase. Even if one of her hands was broken, she was still a great master in the gang state. There was a surveillance room in the base, and there were many monitors in it, monitoring the movements in the surrounding villages. When they passed by the sentry post, because they moved too quickly, the monitors didn't notice what happened there. Now that Qin Shuiqing was standing at the entrance of the base, this move immediately attracted the attention of the monitors. Looking at the soldier who was casually thrown to the ground, the monitors immediately sounded the alarm. The shrill alarm suddenly rang over the village. At this moment, the entire base seemed to come alive, and countless soldiers rushed out from all corners of the base with guns. Even the soldiers who were still training on the training ground immediately stopped their training, and under the command of the instructor, they instantly entered combat mode. Looking at Qin Shuiqing, who stirred up the hornet's nest, Qin Shi couldn't help but feel speechless. He originally thought that Qin Shuiqing would sneak in, blow up a few houses to distract the enemy, and then take action. He didn't expect that she would attack the door in such a simple and crude way. This style of doing things was somewhat similar to his style. When Qin Shuiqing heard the sudden sound of the alarm, she was also shocked. She carefully looked around and made sure that no one else was watching before she made her move, but she forgot that there was a monitoring system here. After cursing herself a few times with some annoyance, Qin Shuiqing quickly jumped into the sentry post next to her. She really wasn't cut out for assassination and sneak attacks. The sentry post at the entrance of the base was not like the previous sentry tower. It was a square reinforced concrete building, 2 stories high, and the walls were thicker, which served as both a sentry post and a defense function. There were 3 soldiers in the sentry post. After hearing the alarm, one of them was ready to go out to check the situation, but he didn't expect to run into Qin Shuiqing, who rushed into the sentry post. Almost without any reaction, he fell to the ground silently. A master could kill people within 10 steps like killing chickens. When Qin Shuiqing sneaked up to the second floor, the other 2 soldiers were still observing the situation on the second floor. They saw Qin Shi leisurely riding a horse in front of them. When they were about to shoot the stranger in front of them, Qin Shuiqing had already twisted their necks from behind. After the monitor explained the enemy's situation and location through the broadcast, the soldiers all rushed toward the sentry post. After all, they were not a regular army, but the private armed forces of the drug lords, so they didn't have high discipline. When they heard that the enemy had invaded, they swarmed over. Qin Shuiqing sneaked a glance at the situation below. There were at least 200 to 300 people, and they were all fully armed soldiers. These private armed forces were actually not much different from terrorists, so when they saw the body at the gate, they didn't need anyone to give orders, and 3 soldiers carrying rocket launchers directly walked out. The drug lords lacked everything but money. It was just a sentry post, and they could just blow it up and fix it later. They were carrying Carl Gustav M3 84mm rocket launchers, which were only produced in the 1990s and had been purchased and equipped by many countries. They could destroy all armored vehicles, including heavy tanks, as well as defense facilities such as bunkers, field fortifications, and so on within a range of 300 meters. The rocket launcher's initial speed was not fast, only 110 meters per second. After it was fired, it would keep accelerating until it was close to the speed of sound. 3 rocket launchers left 3 long trails of thick smoke behind them as they blasted directly toward the isolated sentry post. Qin Shuiqing hid behind a hole in the wall on the second floor of the sentry post, not daring to show her head. After hearing a series of buzzing sounds, she felt that something was wrong. Just as she was about to secretly observe the situation outside, a violent explosion occurred. Boom! 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 Gravel flew everywhere, and the ground shook. The sentry post shook violently, and Qin Shuiqing suddenly felt a sense of fear in her heart. After about 10 seconds, the violent shaking gradually subsided. Qin Shuiqing secretly poked her head out and was immediately shocked. The explosion did not hit the sentry post, but the crowd below. Fortunately, they didn't use anti-personnel shells, but armor-piercing shells. Otherwise, there would be no survivors here. Clatter, clatter, the sound of horse hooves sounded again. After using his true essence to calm the frightened horse, Qin Shi rode into the base leisurely. He had to admit that his sister-in-law was indeed talented in gathering monsters. Otherwise, even if there were 3 more rocket launchers, it would be impossible to cause such a huge loss to the enemy. They actually dared to shoot his sister-in-law in front of him with an RPG. Chapter 159. After entering the gate of the base, the horse stopped. It kept snorting as though it did not like the smell of the place. When the drug lords heard the commotion, they ran out with guns in hand. Thus, they did not wear any protective equipment. The purpose of bulletproof vests and helmets was not to stop bullets. With the exception of the super heavy helmets used for explosive disposal, there was no other helmet in the world that could stop a rifle bullet. Even if he was lucky enough to block the bullet, his ribs would be broken if the bullet hit him, and his neck would be broken if the bullet hit him. This was equivalent to the full power attack of a martial arts expert. Thus, the real purpose of the protective equipment was to stop the debris and rubble produced by the explosion on the battlefield. Because the 200 to 300 people were standing too close to each other, the 3 rockets exploded right in the middle of the hornet's nest. Some of the people who were standing further away were also injured by the rubble from the rocket launcher. As for those who were blessed by God and did not suffer any injuries, they were also stunned by the powerful explosion. They fell to the ground and were unable to get up. The rocket launcher was much more powerful than the bullets. Broken limbs littered the ground and blood continuously flowed into the crater created by the rocket launcher. In just a short while, a shallow pool of blood had already formed. Because the scene was too bloody, Chen Shi immediately displayed his good habit. That was to clean up the battlefield. Regardless of whether they were dead or not, he would go up and burn them all to ashes. Massacre. Bloody. Cruel. No, 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 this was purification. In terms of brutality, if terrorists were ranked first, then drug lords would definitely be ranked second. Thus, forgiving them was God's job. Chen Shi was only responsible for sending them to see God. 200 to 300 people were instantly engulfed by the fire. Qin Shuiqing glanced at the scene and walked out from the outpost. Then, she stood beside Chen Shi with a complicated expression. Chen Shi picked up a gun from the ground. Caliber. The first small-caliber rifle to be officially listed in the world. It was used on a large scale during the Vietnam War. Now, it had been completely retired and replaced by the M16A2. The old version had become a civilian rifle in North America and Europe. He had played Counter-Strike before, but he had never played with a real gun. So, after getting the gun, he studied it carefully. In the end, he didn't forget to take out the magazine and take a look. Then, he put it back. Fortunately, the magazine was full. Let's go and see where the hostages are being held. Leaving the horse at the gate, Chen Shi swaggered into the base with Qin Shuiqing. Taking the layout of a regular military base as an example, the outer perimeter was a sentry post, surveillance tower, machine gun tower, concrete walls, and barbed wire. Inside the base was an arsenal, an armory, a fuel depot, and barracks, including dormitories, dining halls, and toilets. The drug lords were not so particular. The anti-aircraft guns were placed at the entrance of the base, and the surface-to-air missile launchers were placed in the middle of the base. What was even more bizarre was that there was actually a villa not far behind the missile launcher. The villa was 2 stories high and there was a small garden in front of it. It was obvious that this was the base of the drug lords. The 2 of them surrounded the base. Chen Shi held his gun and constantly shot at the fish that tried to escape the net. Whoever dared to show their head, he raised his gun and shot. 30 bullets were quickly used up. When there were no more bullets, he threw down the rifle and shattered the ground with his foot. With a wave of his hand, a series of gravel accurately hit the enemy's forehead. In the beginning, some small shrimps tried to resist by shooting, but as the 2 of them gradually went deeper, the sound of gunfire gradually subsided. The 2 of them walked straight to the villa. At this time, Chen Shi discovered a problem. In the beginning, 200 to 300 people died. In addition to the small shrimps that came out one after another, there were at most 400 people. It was impossible for such a large military base to only have so few people. No matter how he thought about it, something felt wrong. Then, where were the people? Chen Shi pondered as he pushed open the door of the villa with Qin Shuiqing. This was a magnificent villa. If the floors were a little higher, it could almost be called a castle. The drug lords had no taste and were purely nouveau riche. Therefore, the decoration in the villa was very luxurious. There were all kinds of gorgeous and luxurious furnishings that could be considered dazzling. Among them, the most eye-catching was the bearskin carpet that could be seen as soon as they walked in. The villa was empty. There was no one in sight. The 2 of them looked at each other. When Chen Shi was about to say something, a child suddenly appeared on the stairs on the 2nd floor. It was a Nanyang child who looked to be only 12 or 13 years old. His face was full of fear and timidity. In sharp contrast, the AK-74 in his arms was the stark contrast. As the most widely used automatic rifle in the world, the AK-47 was known as the world's king of guns. A total of 100 million units were produced. At least 53 countries purchased and fully equipped it. 5 countries even painted it on their national flags. This was the synonym for slaughter. So far, at least 20 million people had died under the muzzle of the AK-47. It was far more than the number of casualties caused by the 2 atomic bombs in Japan. The black barrel trembled slightly. The child seemed to be very afraid. Seeing this, Qin Shuiqing could not help but be stunned. But in the moment when she was distracted, the child suddenly opened fire. The muzzle of the gun spat out tongues of fire. There was no fear on the child's face. There was only excitement and fanaticism. The recoil of the AK-47 was well known. However, because the child had been practicing for a long time, his hands were very steady. He stood on the stairs on the 2nd floor as if he had gone crazy. He laughed wildly as he sprayed bullets downwards. The bullets swept the table, the windows, the furniture, and instantly tore everything into pieces. The 30 bullets were quickly used up. When the child put down the gun and looked at his masterpiece proudly, he suddenly realized that although it was a mess downstairs, the 2 people stood there without moving at all. After sighing softly, Chen Shi turned his head and said to Qin Shuiqing helplessly, "The bullets fired from the gun of a 14-year-old child are as deadly as the bullets fired from the gun of a 40-year-old man, maybe even more deadly." Qin Shuiqing heard this sentence before. It was from the King of War. However, when this scene happened in front of her eyes, she couldn't help but feel very complicated. Chen Shi did not say anything else. With a wave of his hand, the bullets that stopped in front of them all turned around and then shot at the child on the stairs at a faster speed. The body was a child, but the heart was a demon, so, can't stay. Originally, Chen Shi came with the mentality of avenging his sister-in-law, but after being disturbed by this child, even he began to feel a little uncomfortable. The child was not wrong. It was the world that was wrong. Even a teenager was trained to be a demon that killed without batting an eyelid. This kind of behavior had completely infuriated him. After frowning and glancing at the stairs, Chen Shi suddenly seemed to have noticed something. He quickly looked back at the door of the villa. Qin Shuiqing saw his actions. While she was confused, Chen Shi's figure had already disappeared from the hole. Almost at the same time, he was outside the villa. Chapter 160. Missiles were divided into strategic missiles and tactical missiles. The Tau anti-tank missile was a tactical missile. It was produced and used in large quantities during the Cold War. It could be launched from vehicles or helicopters, or it could be carried by infantry. It was mainly used to attack hard targets such as tanks, armored vehicles, bunkers, and artillery positions. The missile was 164 meters long, the diameter was 152 meters, and the total weight was 47 kilograms. In the unfinished Syrian war, a new tactic gradually became popular. As long as they encountered a fortification that was easy to defend and difficult to attack, they would directly bombard it with a Tau missile and blow it up together with the fortification. Simple and convenient. Of course, this tactic was patented by the rich. The price of a Tau anti-tank missile was about $60,000, which was equivalent to 10 AK-47s plus 100,000 bullets, and it was also equivalent to a BMW 5 Series. It sounded like a lot, but for drug dealers, this small amount of money was nothing. When the Tau missile was just launched, its flying speed was only 65 meters per second, which was not as fast as a rocket launcher. But when the wings were unfolded and the propulsion device was activated, the flying speed would increase sharply and could exceed the speed of sound in a very short time. Because he was distracted by the child, Chen Shi didn't notice the strangeness outside the house. By the time he reacted, the missile was already right in front of him. Boom! The sudden explosion instantly set off a burst of intense flames and thick smoke. The overwhelming flames covered more than half of the villa. Qin Shuiqing rushed out of the villa to take a look. She saw Qin standing at the door of the villa, his right hand raised in the air. A semicircular invisible shield blocked the flames and smoke set off by the explosion in the air. Qin looked up and saw every detail. The raging flames above the villa looked terrifying, but it was like a monster locked in a glass room. It could only roar and wreak havoc outside. It was like watching a silent movie. The invisible shield even blocked the sound, so only the dancing flames in the sky could be seen, but no sound could be heard. Qin withdrew his right hand, and some small flames fell from the sky. What followed were some pitch-black oil and debris, which were the remains of the missile. No need to search, the person is definitely not here. Ha! What do you mean? If I'm not wrong, this base is just a cover-up. After hearing his words, Qin frowned and began to think. When she stood behind Qin and was about to say something, Qin suddenly jumped up from the ground and flew directly into the air. As he flew higher and higher, the topography of Mayman appeared clearly in front of Qin. The base, the village, the sea of poppy flowers. From a high vantage point, he could see everything clearly. The base seemed to be very big, but there were not many people inside, which was very unreasonable. Moreover, as soon as they stepped into the villa, a missile was fired at them. This also meant that someone was definitely secretly observing them. Qin was too lazy to play the game of cat and mouse with them, so he directly flew up. He wanted to see what other tricks this newly emerged drug lord had up his sleeve. Qin hovered in the air, carefully observing every detail below. Because his divine sense had not been restored, he could only use this method to find the enemy's traces. While he was looking around, about 700 or 800 meters behind the base, there was a small soil slope. Suddenly, there was a slight noise from below the soil slope. Immediately afterward, a gate suddenly appeared on the soil slope. After the gate opened, something slowly rose from below. A missile launcher. Unlike the empty shelf in the center of the base, there were already 4 pottery missiles on it. In just a few seconds, the launcher was ready, and the warhead was aimed at Qin in the sky. However, just as the first missile flew off the launcher, Qin suddenly raised his right palm, and his palm was facing the missile. Just like a traffic policeman directing traffic, the missile suddenly stopped in midair. 2 seconds later, the missile's wings opened, and the propulsion device was fully activated. Accompanied by a strong and dazzling fire, the smoke at the tail of the missile became thicker and thicker, and its body began to tremble violently. However, no matter how hard the propulsion device tried, the missile could not fly forward. After another 3 seconds, just as the second missile was about to leave the launcher, Qin suddenly clenched her fingers. He grasped the air. That invisible true essence seemed to have substance, and in an instant, it exploded the first missile, and also detonated the 3 missiles next to it. Boom! It shook the sky and the earth, and dust flew everywhere. The violent explosion instantly flattened the entire soil slope, and a huge cloud of smoke suddenly rose from below the soil slope. When the smoke and dust dispersed, the launcher hidden under the soil slope was completely exposed. Of course, only ruins were left. It had to be said that this drug lord called Wuxia was indeed very creative, and he even specially built a fake base to attract the attention of the outside world. The Sea of Poppies was here, and this was the lifeblood of drug lords, so his base would not be too far away. Underground. Qin looked down with interest, and then suddenly flew to a nearby soil slope. This was the largest soil slope in the vicinity, and it did not seem to have anything special. But with Qin's eyesight, he could see that there was a trace of something strange in the middle of the soil slope. Found you. He raised his hand and blasted a stream of true essence. After the dust flew everywhere, a pitch-black hole was revealed from the bottom of the soil. It was an entrance about 5 meters long and 3 meters high. Just like the entrance to the underground garage, at first glance, it was dark below. Chen Shi landed at the entrance of the hole, and then directly walked in. However, waiting for him was a group of fully armed soldiers. Intense gunshots suddenly rang out from underground, and the crazily gushing flames almost lit up the underground tunnel. A true essence barrier instantly appeared in front of Chen Shi. Just like an umbrella, it blocked the bullets that rained down like a storm. All the bullets that flew in front of Chen Shi strangely stopped in midair. In a short while, an iron wall made of bullets appeared in front of Chen Shi. The afternoon sun shone in from outside the hole, and the soldiers stood at the bottom of the tunnel, so they could not see the figure of the person clearly. They looked up, and no matter how hard they tried, they could only see a vague shadow at the entrance of the tunnel. After estimating that even a tank would be penetrated, the soldiers stopped firing. At this time, Chen Shi waved his hand. The wall of bullets in front of him suddenly turned into a rainstorm, and shot at the people below. In an instant, the end of the tunnel became a hell on earth, and endless screams and wails echoed. Chen Shi slowly walked down the tunnel. When he reached the bottom of the tunnel, there was no one alive. At this moment, he was the incarnation of the god of death. Chapter 161. The explosion just now caught Qin Shuiqing's attention. Although she couldn't fly, her running speed wasn't slow. As soon as Chen Shi walked into the tunnel, she had already rushed over. Martial artists were too weak in the face of modern weapons. It was fine if it was an assassination, but when it came to a large-scale confrontation like this, she could only hide in the back and cheer. After all, she couldn't compare to a non-human existence, right? So even if she didn't want to admit defeat, she could only obediently hide behind Chen Shi and follow her cheap brother-in-law to sweep through everything. The underground base was about the size of 3 or 4 football fields, about the same size as the fake base outside. The height of the entire space was at least 4 or 5 stories high, and it didn't feel oppressive at all. There weren't many people in the fake base because everyone was hiding here. As far as the eye could see, rows of military tents were placed in the open space, and many workers in white coats and masks were constantly coming in and out of the tents. Although there were many ventilation devices, the entire underground space was filled with a sour smell. This was because the purification of drugs required acetic acid. How was this a military base? It was clearly a huge drug manufacturing factory. At the same time, it was also an inexhaustible natural treasury. After Chen Shi killed the soldiers at the end of the tunnel, he stepped into the air and walked directly over the pile of corpses. Qin Shuiqing didn't have his ability, so she could only jump into the open space on the opposite side. Then, they were surrounded. With the two of them as the center, hundreds of fully armed soldiers fanned out and pointed their guns at them. However, this time, the other party seemed to have learned their lesson, so they didn't immediately attack. Chen Shi glanced around. Wherever his gaze landed, the soldiers all retreated in fear. The originally slightly loose encirclement was expanded by his gaze just like that. Only one person didn't move. It was a middle-aged man with dark skin. He looked to be in his 40s and was about 1.8 meters tall. Compared to the Nanyang people around him, his height was like a crane in a flock of chickens. Respected Celestial, greetings. The middle-aged man's Chinese was much more standard than Byroncheng's, so Chen Shi immediately frowned and asked, "Are you from Wuxia?" "No, I'm from Shan." "All right, as long as you're happy." Although he didn't want to admit it, most of the big drug lords in the Golden Triangle who wreaked havoc all over the world were actually Chinese. Even Kun Sa, who had almost unified the Golden Triangle, was from Dianzhou. This middle-aged man was Bacha, the leader of Mayman, a true warlord and drug lord. After hearing Chen Shi's seemingly joking reply, Bacha immediately felt relieved. He quickly turned his head and gestured to the attendant beside him. Respected celestial being, there's an old saying in Wuxia that goes, those who don't know are not guilty. I didn't know of your existence before, so I offended you. Please forgive me. As he spoke, Botcha's entourage brought two people forward. They were Ning Zhonghua and Su Wei, whom he had not seen for a long time. And Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, when Ning Zhonghua saw Chen Shi, he was so excited that he almost couldn't speak. His complexion was yellowish and dark, and he had lost a lot of weight. The white shirt he was wearing had almost turned into a black shirt. Ning Zhonggua's expression was very emotional, but compared to Su Wei, it was a bit of a joke. After Su Wei saw Chen Shi for the first time, he couldn't help but cry. He was considered a well-known business tycoon in Zhonghai, but at this moment, he was crying in front of thousands of people. It was easy to imagine what kind of grievances Su Wei had suffered. I'm sorry, the previous misunderstanding caused you two to suffer a lot. I would like to express my sincerest apologies to you two. I hope you don't take it to heart. While speaking, Botcha gestured for his men to untie them. As soon as the ropes were untied, Ning Zhonghua and Su Wei rushed behind Chen Shi. As for what Botcha said just now, they didn't hear a single word. Qin Shuoqing looked at the two with slight disdain and then slightly distanced herself from them. Thinking about it, these two unlucky bastards were kidnapped all the way from Zhonghai to the Golden Triangle. They had to travel on land, and because of the Wu Lian's pursuit, they had to follow the group of Nanyang people over mountains and valleys. They were bitten by insects and snakes, but they had to wade in muddy water and swamps. If they couldn't keep up, they would be whipped. The two tycoons of the business world had lived like princes for most of their lives. During this trip, they truly experienced the suffering of the human world. This was probably the extent of the Red Army's long march. When they arrived at the Golden Triangle, they were locked in a dungeon. They ate, drank, and pooped in a room. They were no different from pigs in a pen. So, how could they not stink? Chen Shi stood in place and ignored the unlucky Ning Zhonghua and Su Wei. Instead, he calmly continued to watch Botcha. When Botcha saw this, he didn't say anything else. He turned his head and said a few words to the attendant next to him. Not long after the attendant left, when he came back, he was pushing a trolley that looked like a food delivery trolley. The food delivery trolley was covered with a white cloth. When the attendant opened it, several heads were placed on top of it. These are the leaders of this operation. If you don't believe me, you can ask them to come out and identify. Botcha smiled and pointed at the food delivery trolley. It looked a bit like a staff member selling snacks and fruits on a train. Chen Shi finally saw the ruthlessness of a drug lord today. When the evil people in this world were truly ruthless, there was really no bottom line. After a deep sigh, Chen Shi suddenly asked, "Just now you wanted to fight. Now you want to surrender. Are you so sure that I'll let you go?" No, I'm not sure. Botcha shook his head and said calmly, "I didn't know that you were a celestial being, so I dared to offend you. Now that I know, I naturally have to change the way to solve the problem. Solve the problem? How? With the people behind you." After saying this, Chen Shi once again scanned the surroundings. As far as his eyes could see, the soldiers all retreated. At this moment, he was like Zhang Fei at the Changban slope. His roar scared Xia Hojia to death, and he alone forced the millions of Chao soldiers to retreat. After seeing his inhuman methods, the morale of the soldiers fell to the bottom. Because they weren't facing a human at all, how could they fight? However, Botcha seemed to have already expected Chen Shi's reaction. So after hearing Chen Shi's words, he didn't panic at all. Instead, as if he was making an introduction, he calmly said, "When I first built this underground base, I already buried 5,000 tons of explosives. 5,000 tons of explosives was equivalent to 8,000 Tomahawk missiles, which was also equivalent to a quarter of the Hiroshima nuclear explosion. And this was his trump card. Chapter 162. Chen Shi's expression didn't change at all when he heard that there were 5,000 tons of explosives buried here. Seeing this, Ba Cha continued, 5,000 tons of explosives isn't a threat. It's a means of self-protection. Just like a gecko cutting off its tail or a pufferfish bloating, it's an animal's instinct. Maybe you think this is ridiculous, but it's the only way I can protect myself. No one knew of your existence before, so I dared to offend you. I'm just following orders. I hope you can understand my difficulties. Ba Cha kept a low profile. Chen Shi didn't speak, as if he was thinking about something. But at this moment, there was a strange movement in the tunnel behind him. Qin Shuaqing quickly looked back. Two gates suddenly extended out from the walls on both sides. The speed of the gate closing was very fast, and within a few seconds, it had already firmly closed together, completely sealing off their way back. Judging from this, Ba Cha was obviously prepared to fight to the death. Every celestial was a legendary existence. In fact, they couldn't be considered human anymore. After all, how could humans fly in the sky? Before receiving the mission, Ba Cha had a bad feeling. He thought he could take advantage of the recent turmoil in Wu Lian, but he didn't expect to kick an iron plate. No, it was a steel plate. Although a great grandmaster in the aura state could control objects with chi, this kind of celestial being who could pinch and explode missiles in the air could not even break the aura shield when faced with the suppressive firepower of a reinforced company, and could even shoot back all the bullets. Ba Cha was completely out of ideas. Since he couldn't beat them, he could only fight to the death. Anyway, a celestial's life was much more valuable than an ant's life. Ba Cha was a famous drug lord, so he had already put his life on the line. So after he made up his mind, a faint smile appeared on his face, as if victory was already in his hands. Celestials weren't afraid of missiles because missiles couldn't hit them. Now the entire base had become a sealed can. Once it exploded, the celestials in the center of the explosion were no different from ants like them. They would still turn into ashes. However, just as Ba Cha was feeling proud of himself, Qin Shi smiled faintly. Have you played Fight the Landlord? Ba Cha was stunned. He didn't expect him to suddenly ask such a question. Before Ba Cha could answer, Qin Shi directly asked a second question. Do you know what's bigger than a king bomb? Bigger than a king bomb. Ba Cha was confused. He thought there was a deeper meaning in Qin Shi's words, so he immediately thought carefully about it. For twos. No, in Fight the Landlord, the king bomb was the biggest card. He was still pondering. Qin Shi had already given him an answer. Let me tell you. Bigger than a king bomb, flip the table, as his voice, Qin Shi's words, and the other Shi's SSSS, he's is, of ST before they could react, they were dragged by Qin Shi and flew straight up the tunnel. At this moment, Ba Cha finally reacted. At this time, he no longer had any expression of victory, only a face of impatience. He kept roaring at the soldiers, beat them. Don't let them get away. When the nervous soldiers heard his roar, they were so scared that they immediately pulled the trigger. They didn't even see a shadow before they started shooting. Intense gunshots instantly resounded throughout the entire base. However, Qin Shi was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already dragged the three of them to the door that isolated the exit. A long sword condensed from true essence suddenly appeared in his hand. The long sword pierced through the gate. The gate, which was comparable to the gate of a vault, was as soft as a cake. The sword pierced through it without any resistance. With a twist of his right hand, Qin Shi instantly cut a large hole in the door. The cave was not big, only a little more than a meter in diameter. Qin Shi led the three of them out of the cave and then soared into the sky. Ba Cha hurriedly led his men to the end of the passage. Looking up, the sunlight was constantly shining through the hole into the passage. Where were the figures of those people? Scram! Seeing this, Ba Cha immediately panicked. He turned around and ran into the depths of the base. All the soldiers in front of him were fiercely slapped to the side. Ba Cha didn't lie. There were indeed 5,000 tons of explosives buried under the base. He originally wanted to use this as a threat to reach an agreement with the other party. After all, the Celestials were legendary existences. Their status determined that they couldn't be people who would go back on their words. Once the other party agreed to an agreement, the next step would be easy to discuss. He used his trump card, not because he didn't want to live, but because he had no other choice. Retreating in order to advance, trading life for life. The effective killing radius of 5,000 tons of explosives was about 160 meters. It sounded very small, but it had to be known that this was only the direct killing range of the explosion. The explosion would also cause a shockwave, and this shockwave would have a killing radius of 1 kilometer. In other words, once the 5,000 tons of explosives exploded, with the base as the center, a radius of 1 kilometer would be a dangerous area. The other party threw out a sentence that didn't make any sense, then turned around and ran. No matter how stupid Ba Cha was, he understood the other party's intention. Flip the table, explosives. He wanted to blow up the base. Although the base was filled with explosives, it couldn't be detonated without a detonator. After all, the other party was a celestial. Who knew if he had some mysterious means like the boss? Ba Cha didn't dare to gamble, so his first reaction was to run, as far as he could. Old Dog tied the horse to the side, then sat on a rock and smoked in boredom. He had heard the explosion just now, so he couldn't help but sigh. Those two young people were indeed Wu Lian. They broke into the Golden Triangle alone and started a fight just because of a disagreement. Judging from the noise just now, they probably blew up some building. Old Dog wasn't in a hurry to go home this time. Because they did have some ability, maybe they wanted to cause a disturbance first, then take action. In that case, he would wait until it was dark. If they still didn't come out when it was dark, then don't blame him for running away. He couldn't stay in Maoping village anymore. After going back this time, it was best to hide in Yue Bay for a while. Just as Old Dog was thinking about his next plan, he suddenly heard a noise coming from the hillside not far away. He turned his head and saw that it was the woman just now. The woman and two middle-aged men. Looking at their unlucky faces, Old Dog knew that they must be the hostages that had just been rescued. Oh. Rescued? Old Dog stood up and greeted Qin Shueqing with a smile. Qin Shueqing didn't talk nonsense with him. Before she walked down the hillside, she said to him directly, "Let them get on the horses. We have to leave here quickly." Old Dog's face changed when he heard that. He hurriedly asked, "Have Ba Cha's men caught up with us?" Qin Shueqing ignored him and signaled Ning Zhonghua and Su Wei to get on the horse. Then, she started to run along the road they came from. "Hey, wait for us." Ning Zhonghua and Su Wei were too slow. After Old Dog pushed them onto the horse, he led the horse and quickly chased after them. The few of them ran wildly on the mountain road. But after running for a few minutes, a light suddenly exploded, followed by a violent vibration behind them. Old Dog was surprised and couldn't help but look back. Chapter 163. What did you guys do? Old Dog's eyes almost fell out of their sockets when he saw the mushroom cloud rising into the sky. He turned around and was about to say something to Qin Shueqing when the ground shook violently. There were many mountains in the Golden Triangle. After the explosion, the nearby mountains shook violently. The sudden shaking startled the horse. It neighed and raised its front hooves. If Old Dog had not pulled the horse back in time, Ning Zhonghua and Su Wei would have been thrown off the horse. The explosion happened underground. 5,000 tons of explosives was theoretically enough to trigger a magnitude 4 earthquake. Because the speed of sound was much slower than earthquake waves and light waves, Old Dog only heard the earth-shattering explosion after about 10 seconds. It was like a muffled thunder in summer. It was loud and continuous, resounding through the sky. Old Dog was so frightened that he jumped up. Even the old dog was scared, let alone the animals. In an instant, all the birds in the forest were frightened and flew out of the forest. They covered the sky and the earth, even blocking the sunlight. The birds flapped their wings. It was as if it was raining. The horse whined and raised its hooves to gallop away. Old Dog was not paying attention and the reins slipped out of his hands. The horse rushed forward with Ning Zhonghua and Su Wei on it. Ning Zhonghua hugged the horse's neck tightly while Su Wei hugged Ning Zhonghua's waist tightly. The two unlucky fellows sat on the horse's back, shouting for help as they were carried away by the horse. The tremor lasted for about a minute. Unlike when they came, the four of them were running all the way back. So after a while, they returned to the small village from which they came. Because of the big explosion just now, the villagers in the village were so frightened that they all ran out. The adults and children were all gathered together, chattering about something that no one knew what. Qin Shuiqing saw Qin Shi standing in the sea of poppy flowers at a glance. He seemed to be thinking about something. Qin Shuiqing came close behind him. After pondering for a moment, she suddenly asked, "You want to destroy these things?" Hearing this, Qin Shi sighed deeply. Then, he smiled and said, "I did have such a plan just now, but after thinking about it carefully, I realized I really don't have that ability." Even the moon had been conquered, yet humans were defeated by a small plant. Was he really unable to resist it? Actually, that wasn't the case. Drugs were easy to suppress, but not the human heart. Put out the poppies, marijuana, morphine, cocaine. Even if these plants were completely wiped out, humans would still research new types of chemical drugs. He could destroy Mayman and the Golden Triangle, but he could not call back the hearts of those who had abandoned themselves. Qin Shuiqing understood what Qin Shi meant. She didn't know what she was thinking, but she suddenly took out her phone and mumbled to herself, "But seriously, this place is really beautiful. I have to take a picture as a souvenir." As she spoke, Qin Shuiqing took a picture of everything in front of her. Click. The blue sky, the white clouds, and the endless sea of bright red flowers. Qin Shi's back was particularly prominent in the sea of flowers. There are flowers in the world like a sea. Stay in one place and don't let them drift. But the fragrance of jade, the silky and exquisite figure, chasing after the sun in the warm red clouds. Shang Jing, Ho Hai. The twin brothers went home for dinner. As soon as they left, only the mother and daughter were left in the shop. 4 or 5-year-old children were naughty. As soon as the brothers left, the little girl couldn't sit still. Seeing that Qin Shi still didn't know when he would come back, Qin Ruoying made a very wise decision. She closed the shop and went home. The TV at home could play cartoons on demand, and the yard had been repaired, so Nian could ride the big cat in the yard again. If it really didn't work, she could still play hide-and-seek with Nian for a while. Anyway, as long as the child played, she wouldn't look for her father for a while. There were only 3 tables of guests today. After Qin Ruoying cleaned up the tea house, she called Nian to go home. Now that the little girl had a new toy, it was the time for her to love it. She and the brothers built Lego blocks in the morning, so in the afternoon, she naturally had to study her Barbie doll. In the winter in Shangjing, it got dark earlier and earlier. It wasn't even 5 o'clock yet, but the sky seemed a bit hazy. The mother and daughter walked to the door of the tea house. As soon as they opened the door, a gust of cold wind hit them in the face. It was snowing outside again. Qin Ruoying turned to close the door. The little girl stood obediently beside her, holding her Barbie doll and playing with it. The little girl was still young, so her playing was very rough. She didn't think about how to match the doll. Instead, she constantly twisted the Barbie doll's limbs and made a variety of abnormal shapes. The mother and daughter didn't notice that Qin had come back. Because there were no passers-by nearby, Qin landed directly on the street outside the tea house. Nian wore a white down jacket today, a pair of brown cotton boots on her feet, and a pink wool thermal hat on her head. She looked round and very cute. Qin Ruoying also wore a white down jacket, which was a parent-child outfit with Nian. She didn't wear a hat, and her beautiful black hair naturally hung down to her shoulders, which she casually tied together with a rubber band. She didn't disturb them. When Qin Ruoying closed the door and turned to take Nian home, she suddenly saw Qin on the street. It seemed that she was startled by the sudden appearance of Qin. Qin Ruoying immediately rolled her eyes at him. At this time, the little girl also looked up and saw Qin. "Papa! You're back." With a clear sound of "Papa," the little girl let go of Qin Ruoying's hand, waved her arms and ran toward Qin. Qin quickly squatted down and held the little girl in his arms. After Qin stood up with her in his arms, the little girl sat in Qin's arms and handed the Barbie doll to Qin. She pouted and said coquettishly, "Papa, dolls are not fun." Looking at the Barbie doll that was twisted like a fried dough twist, Qin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He quickly comforted her, "You can't play with Barbie dolls like this. Papa will teach you later, okay?" "Okay." The little girl nodded happily. In fact, she didn't care much about what she played. She cared more about who would play with her. Qin Ruoying came over, and Qin quickly freed his left hand to hold her hand. "Where's Yuan Qing?" "She's in Spring City. She'll be back tomorrow." "Is she all right?" "She's fine. It's just a broken hand. She'll recover when she reaches the gold core stage." "How long will it take?" "With her diligence, I don't think it'll take long, that's true. I want to eat braised lion's head." A noise suddenly came from the middle, interrupting the couple's conversation. It turned out that the little girl was a little unhappy because they kept talking and neglected her. "Okay, Papa will make it for you. What else do you want to eat?" "Kung Pao chicken." "Okay, what else?" "Pork ribs, sweet and sour pork ribs." "Okay, Papa will make it for you. Papa is the best." "What about Mommy?" "Mommy is good too." Chapter 164. Life went back to its normal routine. The couple spent all day around the little girl, and the little girl was clamoring to go to the tea house every day. The reason why she insisted on going to the tea house every day was because she wanted to play with the twins. Therefore, the tea house by Hohai Lakeside opened punctually every day even though business wasn't good. There were only a few customers, and they couldn't even cover the water and electricity bills, not to mention the rent. The so-called building a house in the human realm without the noise of carriages and horses. What can a gentleman do? His heart is biased. This was already the realm described by Tao Yuanming. Nowadays, many people yearn for this kind of life, not to mention whether they were really artistic or not. This kind of life was easy to achieve, but that kind of transcendent state of mind was not something everyone could have. Therefore, even Gu Lao couldn't help but sigh sometimes. This couple was really like an old man in a young man's skin. Qin had stayed in heavenly spiral for 500 years. Although he spent most of his time cultivating, he had lived for 500 years after all. With his current lifestyle, he would be despised by the sect if he were to stay in heavenly spiral. He didn't want to improve himself, He was willing to degrade himself, and he took pleasure in it. As for Qin Ruoying, if her identity as a Xian Nu was not taken away, she could barely be considered an ordinary person. However, she had been indifferent since she was young. As a Xian Nu, she yearned for the life of an ordinary person. The most exciting time in her life was the few years when she met Qin Shi. Such a pair of husband and wife was truly a rare existence in modern life. Plato once said, "Each of us is only half a person, so each of us is always looking for the other half to combine with himself." In a person's life, about 2 million people will pass by. The probability of two strangers meeting and falling in love is 0.000049. Meeting didn't mean knowing each other didn't mean knowing each other, and knowing each other didn't mean love. Qin Shi and Qin Ruoying were very lucky because they met, knew each other, and fell in love. Even more lucky was that they had a product of their love. Just like the casual game, Traveling Frog, which became popular overnight throughout the country. Nian Nian was the little frog that Qin Shi and Qin Ruoying raised together. Nian Nian was still young, so her biggest hobby was to play. When she grew up, perhaps she would be like this little frog. She would bring her own lotus leaf hat and luggage, then bid farewell to her parents and travel to the outside world alone. Along the way, who would Nian Nian meet? What kind of novel things would she see? What kind of life experiences would she have? As parents, Qin Shi and Qin Ruoying knew nothing about this. Children would eventually grow up, and Nian Nian would eventually become an independent existence. They would not be able to interfere too much, so they could only place their concern and longing for her. The popularity of The Traveling Frog was due to the subtle relationship between parents and their children. In a small tea house by the lakeside of Hohai, a happy and blissful family. In a leisurely life in the garden, Qin Shi and Qin Ruoying were waiting. When Nian Nian grew up and became the little frog that liked to travel. December 6th, light snow. The little girl sat in the children's playground and threw the blocks in her hands in boredom. She built a castle out of building blocks and wanted to show it off to others, but the brothers never came. She had no choice but to call the big cat. Big cat. Big cat. The big cat may have been lazy recently. It lay on the bar all day without moving, as if it was about to hibernate. After hearing the little fellow's cry, the big cat reluctantly meowed. It then jumped up from the bar and landed beside the little fellow with a few big leaps. Big cat, I'll build a castle for you. Meow. After a lazy response, the big cat curled up on the climbing mat and let the little girl surround it with blocks. According to the big cat's size, the little girl was busy. She was also experienced in this recently, so it didn't take her long to build a castle and cover the big cat inside. Looking at her masterpiece, the little girl couldn't help clapping her hands and giggling. How about the big cat? Do you like it? Meow. In the doorway of the building castle, the big cat narrowed its eyes and meowed casually, then fell asleep again. The little girl lay on the mat, tilted her head and glanced at the big cat in the castle. Seeing that it didn't cooperate at all, she suddenly lost interest. Gu Lao must have been delayed by something today, so he didn't bring the twins. Without the company of the two brothers, the little girl was obviously not used to it. She sat on the cushion and thought for a while. Then, she suddenly stood up and ran to Qin Ruoying's side without even putting on her shoes. Qin Ruoying was reading a book. When she saw her coming, she immediately picked her up and asked with a smile, "Nian Nian, what's wrong?" "Mama, when will my brothers come? Do they not want to play with me anymore?" The little girl pouted and looked wronged. Seeing this, Qin Ruoying could only smile helplessly and said, "My brothers have something to do, so they can't play with you today. Wait until tomorrow, they will come again tomorrow." Qin Shi was changing the water in the kettle. Seeing the little girl's dejected look, he immediately interrupted and said, "Nian Nian, it's rare that you're free today. Why don't we take you out to play? Where are we going? How about going to the mall to eat KFC? Hearing this, the little girl's eyes suddenly lit up, and she immediately responded, okay. I want to eat KFC. Then you go and put on your shoes. When you're done, we'll go out. Okay. The little girl ran back to put on her shoes. Chen-Shi's cooking was much better than KFC's, and the little girl was just looking for something new. Qin Ruoying naturally didn't have any objections to eating a meal once in a while, so she let it be. The tea house closed early again. The family of 3 stepped on the light snow and walked to Dongming Alley. When they passed by the courtyard, Chen-Shi suddenly asked Qin Ruoying to wait for him, and then ran into the courtyard like a wisp of smoke. After waiting for a while, Chen-Shi came out again. When Qin Ruoying saw his secretive look, she knew that he must be up to something again. Thus, she looked at him with a faint smile, waiting for him to explain himself. Seeing this, Chen-Shi didn't hide anything and immediately took out 2 things from behind her. Dang dang dang, when Qin Ruoying saw it, she suddenly did not know whether to laugh or cry. Chen-Shi held the household register in his hand, one for her, and the other for Chen-Shi and Ninian. After seeing the household register, Qin Ruoying understood what he wanted to do, so she asked with a smile, do you still care about these things? Of course, we have a child illegally living together, so we have to make up for it. At this time, the little girl grabbed the household register in Chen-Shi's hand, and then curiously turned it over. Papa, what is this? She did not know how to read, so she pointed to the 5 characters on it and asked. Household register. Come on, Papa will teach you how to read. Holding the little girl in his arms, Chen-Shi pointed to the Chinese characters on the household register and taught her to read. The family of 3 walked out of the alley. When they were about to walk out of the alley, Qin Ruoying suddenly could not help looking back at the familiar alley. In a trance, she seemed to have returned to the past. At that time, she would walk through this alley every day. But at that time, she did not think. Chapter 165. After the family of 3 left Dongming Alley, Chen-Shi took a taxi and went straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau. The Civil Affairs Bureau was a magical place. Compared to the Human Resources and Social Security Bureau, the Civil Affairs Bureau was much more leisurely. The door was open, and anyone could come and go. What was even more amazing was that next to the marriage counter was the divorce counter. They went in and came out. They went in again and came out again. Countless gratitude and grudges, and endless expressions of all living beings. Today was not a big day, and the weather was not good, so there were not many people who came to go through the formalities. As soon as the family of 3 walked into the hall, countless eyes fell on them. It couldn't be helped. Compared to ordinary people, Chen-Shi and Qin Ruoying's looks were too high. Some people who did not know the situation even thought that they were an unknown celebrity couple. What was even more eye-catching was that Chen-Shi was holding a lively and cute little girl in his arms. The child was already so big, but they still came to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Obviously, they were here to go through the divorce procedures. The young couple looked quite compatible. They were probably young and immature, so they got married and divorced impulsively. This kind of thing was common in the Civil Affairs Bureau. What a pity. Countless people secretly sighed. However, what made everyone's jaws drop was, Chen-Shi did not take the divorce registration number, but the marriage registration number. When he came to the marriage registration counter with the number, the staff around him could not help but look at him. It was not unheard of to get on the bus first and then buy the ticket, but it was really rare to see someone come to buy the ticket when they were almost at the terminal. There were very few people getting married today, so it was Chen-Shi's turn immediately. He put the little fellow down, and then he and Qin Ruoying held the little fellow's hand as they walked to the counter. The Civil Affairs Bureau was under the control of the local government, so the policies and charging standards were slightly different in each place. It was okay in Shangjing. Taking the number, filling in the form, taking photos, and getting the certificate cost 9 yuan, and taking photos 30 yuan. As long as the procedures were complete, they could get the marriage certificate in 20 minutes. When Shi got 2 brand new marriage certificates from the registration counter, a very strange feeling suddenly surged from his heart. They got married just like that. Unlike the excitement of a wedding, when they were getting their marriage certificate, they felt an indescribable heaviness. This was not a derogatory term, but a complimentary one. It was a very complicated feeling. Perhaps it was his sense of responsibility. He looked at the marriage certificate in his hand and then looked at his lover beside him. Even the look in his eyes was slightly different. She wanted to show the marriage certificate to Qin Ruoying, but the little girl in her arms snatched it away. The little fellow looked at her parents in the photo and giggled for a while. Then, she suddenly stopped smiling and pouted at Shi. "Papa, why am I not in the photo?" Without waiting for Shi to reply, she seemed to have thought of something and immediately shouted, "Family portrait! Family portrait! I want to be in there too." This was a public place. Besides those who were preparing to get married, there were also those who were preparing to get divorced. Many people were already in a bad mood, so when they heard her words, their faces immediately darkened. "Shoo, you can't be loud in public." Qin Ruoying quickly stopped the little fellow. Showing affection in this place was simply rubbing salt on other people's wounds, so it was better to restrain herself. In order to meet the little fellow's request, the couple quickly took her to a corner, and then Shi took out his mobile phone. Click. The couple leaned close to each other. The little fellow sat in the middle of them, holding her little face with both hands and sticking out her little tongue to make a face. Looking at this family portrait, both of them didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The little fellow took the mobile phone from Shi. When she saw herself in the mobile phone, she immediately seemed to have succeeded in a prank and couldn't help but giggle. Just as the 3 of them were showing off their love, a couple in front of the divorce counter started arguing. Marriage required a photo of the 2 people, and divorce required a photo of 1 person. Because the size of the photo provided by the woman was not up to standard, there was no way to go through the formalities, so the man asked the woman to go out and take another photo. The woman was unwilling, so the 2 of them quarreled in the hall. "You're deliberately looking for trouble, aren't you? You've done it twice and you still can't get it done. Let me tell you, I don't want to do it a 3rd time. Are you in such a hurry to marry that vixen?" The man's attitude was very bad, so the woman's mood immediately rose, and she opened her mouth to retort. Their voices were very loud, and they immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. When the man heard the woman's words, he was so angry that even his face turned red, so he roared angrily, "Watch your mouth. At this point, both of us know what's going on. Don't embarrass yourself here with me." The woman was stunned. After hesitating for a moment, she suddenly threw herself into the man's arms. Then, the woman cried bitterly as she lay in the man's arms and murmured, "I don't want a divorce. I don't want it. Let's start over, okay? Okay." The man was also stunned. Looking at the most familiar stranger in front of him, the oath he once made immediately echoed in his ears. After all, she was the person he was most familiar with. After a deep sigh, the man didn't push the woman away, but gently hugged her. At this moment, the staff at the counter smiled and said, "Why don't you 2 go back and think about it? She came twice, but she even got the size wrong. Was this woman really that stupid? It was because she didn't want a divorce. Looking for trouble, this was the last way she could think of to delay it. However, after hearing the staff's words, the man gently shook his head. He whispered a few words to the woman, then pulled her out of the hole. This kind of episode happened almost every day, so the staff had long been numb to it. Seeing that the man and woman seemed to be in a dilemma for a while, he directly called the next number. The little girl looked at the scene in front of her in a daze. With her young mind, she really couldn't understand the complexity of it. After seeing the man and woman leave, the little girl raised her head and asked in confusion, "Why is Auntie crying?" "Because she's going to be separated from Uncle." "Why does Uncle want to be separated from Auntie?" She didn't know how to answer. After hesitating for a moment, he had to smile and rub the little girl's head, and then very stiffly changed the topic. "Come, let Dad hug you and let Mom rest. We're done with our business. Now I'll take you to eat KFC. Are you happy?" "Yes." As soon as she heard about KFC, the little girl fell into the trap. After obediently climbing into Chi's arms, she began to talk about what she wanted to eat later. Then, under the envious eyes of many people, Chi held the little girl in one hand and Qin Ruoying in the other hand, and slowly walked out of the marriage registration office. Marriage was like a carved ship, it depended on how you appreciated it and how you steered it. If you were wise, even if you didn't know your lover before marriage, you could be respectful to your lover after marriage. Chapter 166. Using KFC as bait, Chi took the little fellow out. After getting the marriage certificate, the family of 3 took a taxi and went straight to the World Trade Center. When Chi brought the little fellow to Shangjing last time, the father and daughter mostly went to scenic spots. This time, when they suddenly came to the shopping mall, the little fellow was immediately dazzled by the dazzling lineup of shops on both sides of the street. There were many big shopping malls in Shangjing, and the World Trade Center's Heaven Staircase was relatively unique. Because it had a semi-closed pedestrian street, and above the pedestrian street, there was a 250-meter-long LED electronic light screen. In the evening, the sky screen would begin to play various videos, so there were often marriage proposals here. For 3,000 yuan, you could play a 3-minute proposal video on the sky screen. When the video suddenly played, the moment of romance could really melt anyone. Therefore, it was rumored that the success rate of marriage proposals here was particularly high. It was still early, and it was winter, so the World Trade Center's Heaven Staircase looked a little deserted. The couple took the little fellow around and then went into a children's experience hall. The children's experience hall was very large, and as soon as they entered, they saw a huge Tyrannosaurus Rex. The little fellow was startled by the vivid Tyrannosaurus Rex. After coming back to her senses, she immediately asked Chi to put her down, and then ran to the Tyrannosaurus Rex, tiptoed, and shook hands with it. While shaking hands with the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the little fellow turned back and asked, "Papa, what is this?" "It's a Tyrannosaurus Rex, an extinct animal, so you can't see it in the zoo." "Oh." The little fellow surrounded the Tyrannosaurus Rex and studied it carefully. She watched her, and Qin Ruoying turned around to buy her a ticket. After playing with the Tyrannosaurus Rex for a while, the little fellow ran back to Qin, and then pulled him into play. This Tyrannosaurus Rex had attracted her attention, so she was very interested in the things inside the experience hall. The floor of the children's experience hall was cushioned, so shoes could not be worn in. After changing shoes, the family of 3 walked into the entertainment area. After entering the door, there was a large sand pit. The sand was carefully selected fine sand. The little fellow changed into her boots and jumped in directly. In the sand pit, there was an excavator toy that was especially popular in the past 2 years. Under Chi's guidance, the little girl successfully operated the excavator to dig out a pile of sand and put it into the hopper truck. Then, she happily rolled around in the sand pile. As a professional children's experience center, there were too many toys here. There were children's castles, children's rock climbing, small tunnels, and combination maze slides. There was everything that one could think of, but there was nothing that one could not see. After playing one round, the little guy was already so tired that he was dripping with sweat. Even his underwear was soaked with sweat. In order to let her rest, the couple continued to bring her inside and came to the painting area. The little girl had learned to draw in kindergarten, so when she got the coloring board, she sat on the stool obediently and studied it. Chen Shi and Qin Ruoying sat on either side of her and watched her casually paint on the drawing board with a watercolor pen. In just a short while, the perfectly fine Sun Wukong was smeared all over by her. Looking at her masterpiece, the little fellow was very proud. She handed it to Qin Ruoying as if it was a treasure and asked her to praise her. Qin Ruoying and Qin Shi did not know whether to laugh or cry. Then, Qin Ruoying taught her step by step and wrote her name in the blank space of the drawing board. She was going to show it to her when she grew up. The handwriting was crooked, like earthworms crawling around. It took a lot of effort to barely distinguish what she wrote. Chen Yan. For the whole afternoon, the family of 3 was immersed in the experience center. If the little fellow was not hungry, she probably would not have been willing to come out. Before leaving, the little fellow was really conflicted. After Chen Shi bought her a bear that was half her height, the little fellow reluctantly left the children's experience center with the bear. When they walked out of the experience center, the sky was completely dark. At this time, the world's staircase really showed its unique charm. Flowing lights and colorful neon lights flashed. A giant screen with an area of 7,500 square meters was constantly blooming above the pedestrian street. The little fellow stood on the steps, holding the teddy bear. When she looked up and saw the underwater world animation on the sky screen, she could not help but open her mouth and exclaim, "Papa! Is that a dolphin?" Yes, a dolphin." "What about that white one?" "It's a whale." "Is that a tortoise?" "Kind of, but you should call it a sea turtle." "Oh," the little fellow nodded her head woodenly. Chen Shi's science was no different from a book to her. In order to let the little fellow see more clearly, the couple took her directly to the bottom of the sky screen. But at this time, the little fellow saw the Christmas tree in the middle of the pedestrian street. It was a large silver Christmas tree 8 meters tall, surrounded by plush snowmen and many plush deer. The Christmas tree shone with silver light and looked particularly dazzling. The little fellow ran to the fence and wanted to reach over the fence to touch the plush snowman next to her, but was stopped by Qin Ruoying in time. "Nian Nian, don't climb over the fence without permission, understand?" Oh, hearing her mother's words, the little fellow nodded obediently and then stepped back. In order to prevent the little fellow from running around again, Chen Shi held her in his arms and asked with a smile, "Nian Nian, it's time to eat. Let's come out to play after dinner, okay?" "Okay. Then what do you want to eat?" "It's all food here." Hearing this, the little fellow sat in his arms and twisted her body to look around. Actually, the child only ate KFC for novelty. After coming out to play for so long, she naturally had long forgotten about KFC. She could not read, so she looked around and did not see anything. Seeing that she did not have any ideas, Chen Shi turned to look at Qin Ruoying. Qin Ruoying pondered for a moment, then pointed to the boiling fish village not far away and said with a smile, "How about that one? It seems to be Sichuan cuisine. It should be good." Aunt Zhang was from Chengdu, and both mother and daughter grew up eating her cooking. Naturally, they had a special feeling for Sichuan cuisine. The rent in the World Trade Center was very expensive, so the consumption level was naturally high. The decoration of this restaurant was very luxurious, and the environment was even better than Sally's restaurant in Zhonghai. Boiled fish, gluttonous frog, husband and wife lung slice, saliva chicken, spicy pork trotters, and all of them were spicy. The child was still young, so Qin Ruoying specifically asked for less chili, just a little spicy. But even so, the little fellow's face was red from the spiciness. She kept sucking in the cold air, but her mouth did not stop for a moment, and she kept shouting that it was delicious. She was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. She shouted that it was delicious, but she could not eat much before she was full. Qin Ruoying could not eat much either. Looking at the table full of leftovers, She had to ask the waiter to pack it up. After eating, the little fellow seemed to be tired. After she handed the toy bear to Qin Ruoying, she obediently shrank in Qi's arms. In just a short while, he had already fallen into a deep sleep. After covering the jar and putting it into the hole under the locust tree, Shi set up a spirit-gathering formation and a spirit-binding formation around it. In order to prevent it from being accidentally destroyed, Shi even set up a defensive formation. What a joke! This was the new Hong that he had specially brewed for Nian. What if it was stolen? As early as 304 AD, the world's first botanist, Ji Han, wrote the description of southern vegetation. It said that when a woman was a few years old, she would brew wine. When a woman was about to get married, she would prepare wine for the guests. It was called Nu Hong, and the taste was absolutely delicious. After giving birth to a daughter, she would brew a jar of Nu Hong and hide it under the osmanthus tree at home. When she was free, she would step under the osmanthus tree a few times, as if her heart would feel more at ease. The daughter's hair would be tied with a red headband. Her eyebrows and eyes would be like willow leaves during the Qingming festival. She would become more beautiful and bigger day by day. When the daughter got married, the father would dig out this jar of wine as a dowry. According to the customs of ancient times, the first 3 bowls of wine that the daughter scooped out of the jar would be presented to her father-in-law, and her husband. The meaning was that she prayed for the family to be healthy and prosperous. Daughters were the treasures of fathers. When he thought that Nian would grow up and get married in the future, Shi felt like the cabbage that he had worked so hard to grow had been eaten by a pig. Many people felt that it was a loss to have a daughter, but they never thought that other people's pigs had eaten their cabbage, but it was because of this cabbage that other people's pigs had become their pigs. Of course, this was just a joke. After all, the idea of favoring boys over girls was not as serious as before. After using soil to cover the jar, Shi restored the tiles on the ground to normal. No one would be able to tell that there was a jar of wine buried under the ground. He turned around and was about to call Qin Ruoying back to the room when Qin Ruoying looked thoughtfully at the east wing and asked, "It's been 3 days. Why hasn't Yuan Qing returned yet?" "She's probably delayed by other things." "Don't worry, she'll be fine." After indicating that Qin Ruoying did not need to worry, Shi led her back to the west wing. Perhaps it was because she was too tired from playing yesterday, so it was already past 9 in the morning, but the little fellow was still asleep. It was rare for the little fellow to sleep so soundly, so the couple did not wake her up. Instead, they sat in the other corner of the room and let Shi guide Qin Ruoying's cultivation. Qin Ruoying's cultivation was also slacking. Even if Shi gave her all kinds of cheats, she had only just stepped into the early stage of qi refinement after cultivating for so long. She was not anxious at all. When it was about 11:00 in the morning, the little guy finally let out a whimper. During this time, Qin Ruoying had been taking care of her. After hearing the little fellow's moans, Qin Ruoying immediately stopped cultivating and quickly walked to the bedside. "Nian, are you awake?" "Ugh," the little fellow did not speak. She mumbled and rolled on the bed. After she moved her body and was almost awake, Qin Ruoying picked her up from the bed and went straight to the bathroom. Probably because she slept for too long, the little fellow did not come back to her senses for a long time. After washing up, she directly lay on Qin Ruoying's shoulder and continued to sleep listlessly. When Chen Shi saw her unlucky appearance, he could not help but pinch her little face, and then took a crystal bun and waved it in front of her eyes. Oh whoa! With delicious food in front of her, the little fellow finally became energetic and stretched out her neck to take a bite. But at this time, Chen Shi suddenly retracted his hand, making her bite empty air. The little fellow pouted and was about to be unhappy. Chen Shi hurriedly stuffed the bun into her mouth. Is it delicious? Delicious. When the bun entered her mouth, there was a strong fragrance. She was also greedy. She bit off more than half of it in one bite. Her mouth was like a hamster's mouth, round and very cute. Eat slowly, don't choke. Qin Ruoying touched her head, then put her on the chair and let her eat. At this time, Chen Shi's phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and saw that it was a call from Gu Lao. Hello. Gu Lao. Boss Chen, why are you not open today? Hey, the child slept in and delayed the opening. Please wait a moment, we will come right away. Okay, then we will wait outside for a while. Today, the little fellow got up too late. The old man came with the twins, but the tea house was not open yet. So he called to ask about the situation. Chen Shi thought that it was not good to let the old man and the children stand outside in the cold wind on this cold day, so he left to open the door for them. The retired old man's life was indeed very leisurely. Basically, he would come to have a cup of tea when he had nothing to do. It was not that the tea was delicious, but because the children could find something to play here. He did not have to worry about them, so he was happy to be leisurely. Chapter 168. Morning, 11:20. After breakfast, when the mother and daughter came to the tea house, Chen Shi was already playing Go with Gu Lao, and the brothers were also piling up blocks in the children's playground. As soon as Qin Ruoying put down the little fellow, she ran over and greeted the brothers with a smile. It had only been a day since they last saw each other, but the three little things were like long-lost old friends. After happily greeting the little fellow, the brother immediately shouted for her to come in. They were studying how to make a transformer with blocks. Seeing this, the little fellow immediately took off her shoes, plopped down on the mat, and then crawled to the brothers on all fours. Because of yesterday's experience, the little fellow was very proud today. After sitting for a while, she asked the brothers to guess where she went to play yesterday. The brothers' situation was similar to hers before. Their parents were not around all year round, so they rarely went out to play. Hearing the little fellow showing off her experience yesterday, the two brothers immediately opened their small mouths and their faces were full of envy. It's much bigger than here. Dinosaurs. Sand. Mazes. Seesaws. And so many children. There's everything. I'll take you to play next time. In the end, the little fellow did not forget to pat her chest and promised that she would definitely call the brothers together in the future, which immediately attracted the two brothers' agreement. She was showing off unscrupulously, but Qin Ruoying shook his head. As long as a child has something fun and novel, they can't help but show it off. This is human nature. Nian Nian didn't have many toys before, so she was very envious of the brothers' toys. When she has toys that others don't have, she will naturally take them out to win the envy and recognition of others. At this time, toys have lost the meaning of toys, but become a tool for comparison, showing off, and not admitting defeat. Therefore, parents often see children arguing over toys, comparing whose toys are more fun and who has more toys. Everyone wants to be excellent. A healthy competitive spirit can promote a child's comprehensive and healthy development and make the child better. However, the competitive spirit can't be too strong or have no direction. If it goes in the wrong direction, it will be counterproductive. If the parents didn't guide them in the right way, the competitive spirit could very well turn into vanity. Vanity was a character flaw caused by excessive pursuit of vanity. It was also a distorted self-esteem. Even adults could not escape the clutches of vanity, let alone children. Qin Ruoying sat at the bar and was thinking about how to set up good values for the little fellow when the door of the tea house was suddenly pushed open. It was a mother and her daughter. The woman was in her early 30s, and she was dressed very gracefully and luxuriously. However, the most eye-catching thing was the little girl beside her. The little girl looked only 1 or 2 years older than Nyan. At such a young age, he was wearing a Dior fur coat that was priced at tens of thousands, and he was carrying a Balenciaga bag in his hand. Just this outfit alone would cost at least 100,000 yuan. Children grew up quickly. Many of the clothes bought this year could not be worn next year. Therefore, by the time this winter was over and the next winter came, the 100,000 yuan would probably be gone. She was really rich and capricious. The woman stood at the door and looked at the layout of the tea house. After finding that only Qin Shi and Gu Lao were here, she walked into the tea house with her daughter. Because Qin Shi and Gu Lao sat on the right side of the door, the woman sat directly on the left side. She was a guest. Qin Shi and Gu Lao were playing chess, so Qin Ruoying came out from behind the bar and went directly to the woman and asked, "Hello? Do you need something to drink?" The woman took off her coat and motioned the child to sit inside. After hearing Qin Ruoying's words, she picked up the price list on the table and looked at it. Wui de Hong Pao. The woman looked at the price list and suddenly couldn't help but mutter, but her tone was somewhat like ridicule. Although her voice was low, Qin Ruoying, who was standing next to her, heard every word. Qin Ruoying did not respond and pretended not to hear. The woman thought for a moment. After putting the price list back on the table, she said with a little helplessness, "Biluakun." "Okay, please wait a moment." Qin Ruoying turned around to make tea for her. At this time, the little girl that the woman brought with her noticed the children's playground in the corner. When she saw the 3 little guys inside, she immediately raised her head and said to the woman with some excitement, "Mommy, can I go and play?" After saying that, the girl pointed to the children's playground. The woman had already heard the movement over there. After thinking for a moment, she said to the girl, "Good girl, don't go. You don't even know them. What if they bully you?" Hearing this, the little girl immediately pouted. It seemed that she was unhappy. Seeing this, the woman quickly hugged the child into her arms and comforted her, "We'll go home in a while. Mommy will play with you, okay?" "No." The little girl shook her head and immediately turned her head to the window, showing a posture that said she didn't want to talk to her. The woman had no choice but to turn her head and look at the children's playground again before saying to the girl, "Then you go and play, okay?" Hearing that her mother agreed, the little girl immediately climbed over her lap happily and then ran to the children's playground. The woman still wanted to say something, but seeing her daughter's excited look, she could only let her go. At this time, Qin Ruoying came over with a teacup and a kettle. After she put down the teacup and the kettle, the woman said to Qin Ruoying, "The child wants to play with them. Is it okay?" "It's okay. The more people there are, the more lively it will be." Qin Ruoying replied with a smile. She then turned around and returned to the bar counter. The woman seemed to be a little worried. After thinking for a moment, she picked up her coat and sat in the booth closest to the children's playground with a teacup. The little girl came to the fence and glanced at the 3 little guys who were lying on the ground stacking blocks. Then, she asked a little nervously, "Can I play with you?" Hearing this, Nyan immediately raised her head and grinned, "Okay. But you have to take off your shoes before you can come in." "Okay." After getting Nian Yan's approval, the little girl immediately took off her shoes and walked in. But after she came in, she found that she couldn't find a seat. The three little guys each sat in a direction with the building block castle as the center. The two brothers were lying on the ground with their buttocks raised high, so they took up a lot of space, making it impossible for her to squeeze in. Seeing this, the little guy immediately patted the two brothers, indicating that they should make room for her. "You guys make way. There's no space." The two brothers were thinking about how to arrange the castle's gate. Hearing the little guy's words, they finally came back to their senses and quickly squeezed out a seat for the little girl. After the little girl sat down, the little guy, as the host, immediately took out a pile of building blocks and placed them in front of her. "My name is Chin Nian. You can call me Nian Nian." Chapter 169. Nian Nian, Tian Tian, Wen Wen, Ming Ming. The four little ones squeezed in the children's playground. With more people, it suddenly became very lively. There were only enough Lego blocks to build two castles. Originally, the two brothers would have one set and Nian Nian would have one set. After Tian Tian came, the little one gave her half, but this made it impossible for her to build a complete castle. Tian Tian seemed to have never played with Lego blocks before. She was so clumsy that she could not even build a house. When the little one saw this, she immediately went to her side and stretched out her hand to command, "You should put this here, put this here. Here, and here." Under the little one's command, a small castle finally slowly appeared in front of Tian Tian. In order to make Tian Tian happy, the little one even dismantled her half-built castle and gave all the Lego blocks to her. While the little one was instructing Tian Tian to build the castle, the two brothers opposite were busy with their transformers. The Lego blocks were assembled with blueprints. Although the brothers did not understand the blueprints, this did not hinder their work. After being busy for a while, a transformer with clumsy hands and feet finally appeared in front of them. "Sister, look! Optimus Prime." The older brother patted the little one proudly. When the little one saw this, she immediately lay on the ground and carefully observed the transformer. However, at this time, the younger brother corrected her, "Sister, this is Megatron. It's Optimus Prime. It's Megatron. Optimus Prime. I made it. It's Optimus Prime. Megatron. I taught you to make it. This is Megatron." The two brothers almost fought over the naming rights of the Transformers. When the little one saw this, she immediately shouted, "Stop arguing. This is a gorilla." She had never seen a Transformer before, so she did not know what Optimus Prime and Decepticon were. The big guy in front of her looked no different from the gorillas she saw in the zoo before, so she decided to name this model. Gorilla is better than Megatron. Better than Optimus Prime. It was impossible for the twins not to bicker. The little fellow was too lazy to pay attention to them. Instead, she climbed to the gorilla's side and began to use her imagination. She picked up the building blocks and kept adding things to the gorilla. Seeing this, the two brothers were also unwilling to fall behind. They picked up the building blocks one after another and covered it with them. The three little fellows went back and forth, and in just a short while, they formed a completely indescribable monster. Looking at their masterpiece, the three of them couldn't help but laugh out loud. Tian Tian glanced at them, then lowered her head to look at the castle in front of her. Then, for some reason, she suddenly reached out and pushed down the castle that she had painstakingly built. The older brother escaped and immediately counterattacked with a laugh, immediately hitting Tintin's marbles. Although he did not hit the target, he hit Tintin's marbles to the side of the goal. The younger brother was also a veteran, so he naturally would not miss such a good opportunity, so he decisively chose to put down the grudge between him and his older brother and turn to attack Tian Tian. Tian Tian's marbles were successfully pocketed by him. Seeing that she had inexplicably lost her marbles, Tian Tian immediately pouted. Unfortunately, her skills were too poor, and she always missed when she wanted to counterattack. The game continued. In a short while, the little fellow each got a marbles from the two brothers, and the two brothers each got a marbles from Tian Tian. On the field, Nian Nian still had 3 marbles, the brothers had 2 each, and the unlucky Tian Tian only had 1 left. Seeing that Tian Tian seemed to be a little unhappy, the little fellow put one of her marbles in front of her and said to her, "You just played, this is for you." Hearing this, Tian Tian frowned and immediately returned the marbles to the little fellow, then pouted and said, "I don't want it, I want to win it back myself." After saying that, she picked up the marbles and seriously aimed at them. Looking at her, it seemed that she wanted to rely on her own strength to win back the marbles. Seeing that she did not want it, the little fellow did not care about her anymore. She lay on the ground and began to compete with the two brothers again. Tian Tian was a newbie, so the two brothers did not hit her last marbles again, but fought with each other. However, when the little fellow hit another marbles, the older brother could not help but panic. Because he only had 1 marbles left. The older brother looked at the field and found that Tiantian's marbles were the easiest to hit, so he directly aimed at Tiantian's marbles. After all, he was about to be eliminated, so he naturally did not want to be modish to the newbie. Ping! The marbles collided with each other, making a crisp sound. Immediately after that, Tiantian's last marbles were hit into the goal. "I hit it. Mine. This one is mine." The older brother sat up excitedly. However, just as he was about to reach out to pick up the marbles in front of Tian Tian, Tian Tian suddenly burst into tears. This sudden turn of events shocked the 3 little fellows. And you're tuning into the Path of the True Immortal YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.